type your questions. Feel free to engage me on that um, portal. Yes, everybody can see me. Okay, so quickly tell me your name and the city you're joining us from. So all of you who are live, your name and the city you are joining us from. Your name and your city. My session today is going to be a life-changing session, I promise you. How to sell anything at any price. That's what I want to teach you on. Now, remember, we're brokers. We're property brokers. And how many of you have always heard this word? It's too expensive. I can't afford it. If you've heard this kind of word from your potential customers or customers, can you type, I can relate, I can relate. All through this event, we need to interact a lot because I'm very big on chatting and getting replies. And I want to also say we have speakers from all over the world. So this is a global event where you will be learning a global perspective to this. So it's important that you know that the conversations are going to have a global feel. One of the major things you hear people say is, I cannot afford it. So we want to look at, as a broker, how do you sell, okay, anything to anyone at any price? This will turn your business around because when you master the art of being able to sell anything to anyone at any price, you will stop having the rejection of people not buying from you because of price. I feel this is one of the biggest challenge, particularly new brokers face. You know, they're starting business and they're meeting potential customers, and everybody's just telling them, "Oh, your product is too expensive. Oh, what you are selling is too expensive. I can't afford it. I'm not interested. I can't do this." And it becomes a major, major issue for people. And I've seen that happen again and again. I would like my admin to enable me to be able to share my slide. Can my admin do that? If my admin can see me, you need to be able to enable me to share my slide. I can see host disable attendee screen sharing. I'm not an attendee, so I don't know why. Okay, can my host, who is my admin, work on that? By the way, for all of you joining from everywhere in the world, I need to know your name and the city you're joining us from. Your name and your city. Your name and your city. Whether you're watching on Facebook, whether you're watching on Instagram, from whatever platform you're watching, your name and your city. I like to know that. Just type your name and your city. Okay, your name and your city. Guys, I'm doing a show. You don't need to knock my door. I'm doing a show. You don't need to knock to enter. Can you hear me tell Eric that I'm not able to share? Okay. Let me see. I have Stephen Oladapo from Ibadan, Choma from Lagos, Oluwaseun Kelvin from Lagos, Maureen Ibe from Lekki, Heart You Beatrice from Lagos, Oladapo and Susan from Ibadan. I'm impressed. We have a lot of people from Ibadan here today. You're welcome and a big God bless you. And Aderonke from Turkey. Good to see you, Turkey. Damien from Ibadan. Ibadan is big. Bola from Port Harcourt. I mean, we're having a lot of Ibadan here. We have Daniel, Anuzurulike, okay? Onuzurulike from Lagos. We have Sam from Wigan, UK. Okay, you're welcome. You're welcome, and a big thank you for being here, and big thank you. So, like I said today, I'm going to be taking you on how, ladies and gentlemen, to be able to sell anything at whatever price. I'd like to also know if those of you watching me can see my screen. If you can see my screen, can you type, I can see your screen? Let me see what I can do to this screen. If you can see my screen, type, I can see your screen. I need to move this out. Okay, good. I want to do, why was it not sent as a Google, ready to be like a Google Um, no, it's not opening the way I want to open it, but let me open it as a Google slide. I kind of like, okay, good. I can see a lot of you like you can see my screen. All is working well. Okay, beautiful. I think I'm good. I'm ready to go. I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Oh, I'm excited today. I'm excited today. This is the first time we're having this conference. It's the first of its kind, and I'm super excited at what God is doing with this event. I am very convinced that a lot of global brokers will emerge from this conference. I am very convinced that we are going to have people who will really make a big difference. Okay, so right now I'm live. I'm ready to go. If you can see my screen, type I can see your screen. How to sell anything at any price is what we want to share today. How to sell anything at any price. Remember again, I'd like you to, whatever platform you're watching us from, invite people, get everybody in here, get as many guests as possible to watch this. Just get people in here, let them know we're live, let them know the event, the conference is started. Today we have several guests that are going to be joining us. It will be big, okay? It will be big. Um, it will be big. I can assure you we're going to have one of the best experience. So let's go. If you're ready for me, type, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Come on, guys. If you're ready, type, I am ready, I am ready, I am ready. So let's make this happen. Again, if you're ready, type, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Okay? Beautiful. So I'm Stephen Akinta. I'm a digital marketing consultant, business coach, philanthropist. I do a lot of, charity project. I have passion, if I can give my eyes away, I will. I'm the MDC of GTS Global and the lead consultant, Stephen Akinta Consulting. I started my business 12 years ago as a bulk SMS company. By 2015, on my birthday, we did 30 million from a single customer. By the end of the year, we've done almost over 200 million that year. And that was the beginning of my success story. I've received several awards. This is one of them from the African Youth Parliament. I've also given several awards. And we did our 10-year anniversary, acknowledged quite a lot of people. This is myself, former Deputy Governor of Lagos State, as well as my spiritual mentor. Many don't like my spiritual mentor, but it really doesn't bother me because only a fool is shameful of what is gainful. Can everybody type it? Only a fool will be shameful of what is gainful. Can everybody help me type that quickly? Only a fool will be shameful of what is gainful. So in life and in business, you should not be ashamed of what is adding value to you. If there are mentors, and by the way, let me tell you this, some of the best mentors in your life who will add value to you will be controversial. Okay, but you should know what you're learning from them and being able to connect with them and connect with the grace in their lives. Everybody is not perfect. Nobody is perfect. Even the people gossiping about people are not perfect. I wrote an article today and I talked about the fact that, great people discuss vision. Rich people discuss ideas. Poor people discuss people. Come on, I need to, every of my quotable code, I need to be highlighting them for me. I need the engagement here. I need your energy. I need you, if you're new here, I know some of you may be new, but you need to know this is how we do it. We engage, we interact, we connect, we type, okay? And we invite people. So if you're watching on Instagram, Facebook, share. Invite people across all platforms. Tell them we're live and we need them to join us live, okay? So you need to know that it is foolishness, actually, to be shameful of what is gainful. And what that means is that if you're able to learn, if you're able to, get something from someone, if you're able to meet someone who is a mentor, and there's so much you're able to learn from the person. It is foolishness to be ashamed of that person. Okay, it is not wise. So also, this is myself with the former president of Nigeria, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. And then this is also another event. This was in New York. I was invited, right, to be one of the co-speakers. It was a UN side event. And my job was to speak on digital economy. Okay, digital economy. And I was able to share a few things about how to be able to use the internet to solve unemployment in Nigeria. Okay, and I feel this is a major issue here. We're not able to leverage on technology. At this point, we shouldn't be talking about unemployment in Nigeria because there's so many technical internet opportunities. There are so many ways to, at this point, using your internet. Okay, with your internet, you can make a whole lot of money, a whole lot of money. One of the amazing things that this training will expose you is that you can be living in US and be making money from Dubai as a property broker in Dubai without visiting Dubai. You can be living in UK and be making money in Dubai, making money in Canada, making money in Nigeria, as well as making money in the US. The internet has made it easy for you to be able to make wealth, to be able to become rich. And I shared that alongside Professor Patutomi, Dr. Peba, who all were speakers in New York, and we spoke to the Nigerians in diaspora, and it was a great event. For me, another key thing I need to share with you guys before I go into my lecture today is that you will always replicate the caliber of people that are your role models and mentors. Okay, and I want you to write this quotable quote down. You are a replica of your role models and your mentor. Everybody type that. You are a replica of your role models and your mentors. In other words, if you are poor, check who your mentors are. Check who your role models are. One of the reasons why people always ask me, why are you working so hard? I say, well, I've not even hit $1 billion yet. One of my role models is Damien John. He's a black guy. Started his business at $40. Fubu is founded Fubu many years ago. Fubu has done transactions to the tune of $6 billion. Now, if people like this are still working hard, I met Damien John 2018, and he even did a video, endorsement for me. I would like you to watch this video.
What's up to all the students in Stephen Akintayo's class? I just want to say, let him keep coaching you. Hopefully putting you on the right track. I just met the man. I think he's amazing. What's up?
Hello, David.
There you go. All right, get focused.
So these are the caliber of people I am following. And if they are doing transactions in billions of dollars, once I have not reached that, I can't even stop. And this is telling you to be careful who is your mentor and the kind of people you turn to role model. This is one of my students who today, single transaction, she did 70 million. Can you see the 70 million? If you can see 70 million, type 70 million, 70 million. We have a pitch competition, and one of my goals is that in the next 12 months, all the 3 winners of the pitch competition must be doing over 100 million, okay, in property brokerage deals. I always say this, people who are in my inner circle of mentorship, you have to be doing hundreds of millions. If you're not doing that, I'm not going to be proud of being your mentor. Because one of the advantages of having a mentor is that they push you, okay? They influence you. I call it the audacity for greatness. Can everybody type it? Mentors give you audacity for greatness. Can everybody type that? Mentors give you audacity for greatness. Let me repeat myself again. Mentors give you audacity for greatness. So that's why you want to get mentors who are doing well. I tell people, I say, look, you will be making serious mistake when you choose a mentor who does not have results in the area they are trying to mentor you in. And that's why you want to work hard to make sure that whoever will be your mentor have an exceptional result in that same area they are teaching you. They must have great results in that area. Else, you want to pick somebody else to mentor you. Okay? Are you getting value? If you're getting value, type, I'm getting value. I'm getting value. Come and talk to me. If you're getting value, type, I'm getting value. I'm getting value. I'm getting value. Now, how to sell requires that you believe in your organization, its value proposition, its products and services, and the supporting team players. The first biggest problem that we face a lot of times when we want to become property brokers and you are a salesperson, and this is the first problem, we end up selling for companies we don't believe in. And I always say this. Let me tell you one of my biggest rules. I will never follow a mentor or a role model I do not trust. I will never be a close friend with someone I do not trust. I feel is one of the biggest waste of time. And I've seen people do this a lot. Sometimes I meet people and they will tell me they've known me over the years and they want to buy property from us. And then they will be like, yeah, but I want to see the property first. But this, and then you begin to see questions that shows doubt. And you know, the next thing I tell many of them, I say, don't bother buy. Wait till you trust me before you buy from me. Because this is one of the biggest mistakes. You are selling for a real estate company you don't trust. You will not sell. You are marketing for somebody you don't believe in their values. You don't trust them. You will not sell. I remember one of my friends, he's also one of the speakers during this conference, but he's having 2 sessions. His name is Adini Adeyemi. He said one day his boss told him, enter my car, let's go. And then they were driving either in Abuja or Lagos. And then he said he should branch off the road, the express road. He branched off and they started going. And then at some point he looked at Oga, have you not gotten there? He said, keep going, keep going. They were thick forest. He doesn't know the place before. He has never been there before. I mean, he has a very strange boss, according to him, right? And after they've gotten so far into the thick forest, the man looked at him and said a few words and said, turn back. Can you imagine that? Have you ever heard something like that? So imagine you are working in a company, you don't trust your boss, and he told you to start going to the bush. How many of you are going to do this? Come on. How many of you will do this? If you do this type, I can do this. Let me tell you the truth. The first thing you want to do, never sell what you don't believe in. Never sell for an organization you don't trust. Never do that because you ain't going to sell. You will not. You will struggle. You will push harder by the day. You will not sell. It's one of the reasons why I do not entertain gossip. I don't. I do not entertain negative words, particularly about mentors that I know, about organizations I work for. You know the reason why? It's the more of this gossip I entertain, the less faith, faith I will have in that organization, and the less faith I have in an organization, the less my chance of making money from that organization. It's just how life works. It's just how life works. Okay? It's just how life works. So one of the first things you want to do is to say to yourself, how do I learn to trust the organizations that I work for? Okay? How do I do that? How many of you are getting value? Again, if you're getting value, type I'm getting value. Okay? Come on, if you're getting value, type I'm getting value. I'm getting value. Oh, good. I can see Temitope is getting value. Azimo is getting value. Everybody's getting value. Fantastic. I'm glad to know this. Now, the next thing that you need to know, first thing, you need to believe the organization you're working for. And if you don't believe them, don't bother work for them. Number 2, tackle your beliefs, your own personal beliefs. Yeah, your belief is your foundation to how to sell successfully or not. Your belief determines your attitude. Okay, it is your attitude that determines how you feel. How you feel determines your actions. That is the actions you take. The action you take determines the result that you get. One of the powerful things I've realized that a lot of time people have not dealt with their own personal beliefs. I remember having this experience with one of my associates who was to sell a property to two clients I introduced him to. And funny enough, I remember him sharing with me. He said, sir, one of them told me that he or she got a company willing to sell a house to her at 7.5 million. Okay, and we are selling land at 4.5. Honestly, I look inwards and I'm convinced that that's the best deal. And I didn't know how to convince the person to buy my property. And this is where I talk about tackle your own beliefs. Now, the first thing was that's a lie. There's no 7.5 million house around the axis where we have property. There's no such thing. You can't get that in Nigeria. 7.5 million naira house in Lagos. I mean, is it hot? You won't get that in Nigeria, right? Even in Songwater, you want to buy a house, you're looking at 10 to 20 million. Songwater. So how much more in Ibejuleki? I knew that wasn't true. So first thing I told him, I said, this must be maybe minimum deposit on the house. Okay? And I told him, I said, this person is in diaspora. A house does not favor somebody in diaspora. By the way, I'm doing a training on this later in the evening. If you're in diaspora, it pays you, okay, to invest in a land than a house. Because when you buy a house, you struggle to get your tenant to pay your rent. That's the truth. They won't pay your rent. And you don't live there. Except you are living in certain unique estates. And you have given that property to certain, brokers to help you to manage it. Except that. Okay? It doesn't work that way. So these are some of the things that oftentimes people do not know. But you see, it's his own belief system. He's selling land, and yet he believes more in a house. Do you see that he's going to struggle to sell? Is this making sense, guys? If it's making sense, type it makes sense. It makes sense. So you're selling a house, but you believe more, okay, in you selling land, but you believe more in a house. So what are you doing there? So you're supposed to tackle your own belief system. What are the advantages of a land compared to a house? What are the advantages of a house compared to a land? So that the day you are face to face with a customer that you are trying to sell land to, you know what to say. You know how to position the conversation in a way that is convincing and you're not lying. Okay, again, if it's making sense, type it's making sense, it's making sense. Now, the next thing is make them own it. Make them what? Own it. Number 3, the cardinal rule to sales is to always make it about your buyer. Every email you write, every voice mail you leave, demo you give, meeting you attend to should be the focus, okay, squarely on the buyer. Okay? Constantly ask yourself, what's relevant to the particular prospect, and customize each interaction accordingly. One of the reasons why a whole lot of brokers, you say you're a broker, you struggle to sell, you have not customized that product to your customer. You're not talking to the customer as if they are the ones. You've not even put yourself in the shoes of the customer. You've not customized that product to your customer. When I meet a customer, I ask questions first. And please write this down because this will help you. How do you make your customer own the property you're selling to them? The first thing is to ask questions. That's your first thing. Ask questions. Ask questions. Ask them questions. Questions like, what are you looking at? What is your budget? Okay? How long, in the next 10 years, what do you want to do with this property? These are the questions you can ask. So, for example, if I meet a customer telling me, Mr. Stephen, I'm in the UK now, but I'm looking at in the next 5, 10 years, I want to build a place. I'm thinking of relocating back to Nigeria. Now, every conversation going forward will be customized towards how the person can maximize that property so that they can relocate back to Nigeria. so that the property is in a good shape by the time they relocate. In other words, if I'm trying to sell a land, and I realize that the land I'm selling to them will not be ready in the next 5 years, I will propose another land. I said, even if it means they need to pay extra, I will let them know that, you are looking at coming back to Nigeria in the next 5 years. This land may not work, but here's the other land that I think can work for this, your vision and your goal to relocate back to Nigeria. This can work, man. And that's the kind of interaction I want to begin to have with my customer. So make the property, the painful thing a lot of us do, we are so, and I call this arrogance. Good salespeople are not arrogant. A good salesperson will be so fair, will tell you, what do you want? Understand that customer is king and focus the whole customization of the product and services he or she is selling to suit the customer. Because your customer is king. And this is all about your customer, not about you. And I see a lot of professionals make this mistake. Particularly, you see them say, no, ma, I'm sorry. This is me. This is what I want. It's not about you. It's the person paying you money. It's about the person paying the money, not about you. Say, ma, this is what I think is the best. Learn to stop being sentimental. And don't be too attached to a product. Focus on what your customer wants and always refer, tag, show the relevance of the product you're selling to the customer. Again, is this making sense? If it's making sense, can everybody type it is making sense? Whether you're watching on Instagram or you're watching on Periscope, you're watching on Facebook. By the way, we're streaming across all various platforms. Periscope, Instagram, we're streaming everywhere. So whatever you're watching from, if it's making sense, can you type it is making sense? I'm sharing for those of you just joined us today on how to sell any product at any price. Okay, any property product at any price. Number 4, balancing the level of approach. Chinedu, thank you. I see you on Facebook. It says it's making sense. Thank you. I see you guys on the webinar call. You say it's making sense. Good to know. Thank you. Right? Balancing the level of approach. It is great when a salesperson brings their unique personality to their selling process. But bear in mind, you should always pay attention to your prospect, personality, and tailor your approach accordingly. It's very important. It's very, very key. You have to understand that while you are discussing with your customer, you need to begin to look for certain traits, certain unique things about them. For example, how many kids do they have? For example, what kind of location do they want to live in? For example, what's their taste? Their taste is important, even taste in cars. Let me give you an example. If I know my customer, okay, likes Rolls Royce or Bentley, okay, then it's wisdom that I should be talking about the leathers of the interior furnishing of the house I'm trying to sell to them. And intentionally be saying, man, don't you feel the leather? The leather feels, it's like a Rolls Royce and a Bentley leather. Do you see now? Are you seeing? You are beginning to give them the feel. You're connecting to the uniqueness of who they are. For example, there are some clients that I notice they are reserved. And if you get too personal with them, you're going to lose the deal. Meanwhile, there are some other clients, I realize, they are very friendly. In fact, they have a problem with you if you are not already interacting with them as if you've known each other. How do I mean? Some clients, if you don't ask about their family, what they do, they think you are not serious. Some clients, if you just met them and you're already asking them about their family and all of those things, they have a problem with you. So discover the uniqueness, balance the level of approach to the customer you're dealing with. Make it a tailor-made. Again, is this making sense? If it's making sense, just type make sense, make sense, make sense. The next point, have a mix. Have a what? Come on, guys. Where are my audience? The next point, have a mix. Come on, where are my audience? If you guys are here, type I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Have a mix. Mix up your strategy. Never stay stuck with just one strategy. Be sure to exhaust all your options in order to close a sale. Some people tell me, this is if you don't understand, me, I'm a call person. I like to call the customer. Well, for your information, some customers don't like to be called. Like me, Stephen, I like chat messages. I don't like calls. You know why? I'm always busy. I'm always in a meeting or I'm training. So all your approach to call me oftentimes, you're distracting me. You are affecting my concentration level at work. So if you know me very well, what will you do? You will know that it's better to send me SMS, send me WhatsApp message than to disturb me with your calls. So when you have the approach to say, no, me, I just like calls. You see, I just like the way, I'll just connect to them on phone. Well, you will lose a lot of customers that way. So mix up your strategy. Some you need to connect them with a phone call. Some you need to use the internet. I've met people that will be telling, I said, let's do chat on WhatsApp. They will tell me, no, answer me here on Facebook Live, on Facebook DM or Instagram DM. And you'll be like, yeah. Some of them say, ma, give me your number, let me call you. They'll tell you, no. I don't want your call. Just chat me here. So you see, social media is key. Okay? Some of them, one-on-one, you need to go to their house, knock at their door. Motivate, Uncle me, I've come to eat your pounded yam. How far? Waiting the happen. Right? Some of your customers, that's how you can connect with them. You literally need to go to their house, knock at their door. Some of them, you need to even eat with them. Some of them, if you go to their house and you're saying, no, man, it's not proper to eat, they're saying, no, something is wrong with you. I don't trust anybody that cannot eat with me. I don't trust such person. Okay? So this is important thing to understand. Chiemeze says, wow, that's why I missed the promo of 3.5. Called several times, no pickup. Well, if it's me that you call several times, I just like to chat. You chat me on WhatsApp, you'll be shocked. In 5 minutes, you get reply, except I'm in a train. You will get reply, particularly if what you are asking is sensible. So you need to understand that people are different. And so mix up your strategy. That's why I'm saying try all. Maybe you try phone call, they are not picking. Then send them WhatsApp message. Then send them SMS. Okay, send them a mail. Then reach out to their social media handle. Go to their house. Okay, one of these methods is going to work. Again, is this making sense? If it's making sense, everybody type makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. By the way, Chimeze, chat me up on WhatsApp, okay? Chat me up on WhatsApp. I'm going to see what I can do concerning that promo. So chat me up on WhatsApp +1 6464 273317. This is only for Chimeze. Okay, Chimeze, so chat me up on WhatsApp +1 6464 273317. Let's see what we can do about that deal. Now, make good research is the next point. Make good research. And I think a lot of time you call yourself a property broker and you don't do research about what you're selling. I really do not understand why people do that. Some of you don't even know what you're selling. And you say, I'm selling something. You don't even know what you're selling. And it's just ridiculous. Make research, understand your product. Research about that industry. For example, when I started selling property in Bejuleki, I did every research about Bejuleki. I understood all the locations. I even understood the geographical map of Ibejuleki. So I will be telling you from geography certain things about Ibejuleki that you can't even see driving there. I had to do all my research. I had to do all my investigation so that when I'm talking to a customer, right, I'm deep. Listen, I'm talking from a deep perspective. One of the best ways to sell anything at any price to anyone, anywhere in the world, requires that you make a good research. Area of interest, you find in fact, you should do research about the people you are selling to. Okay? Area of interest, that those people, what do those people love? Go to their social media handle. Your customer, go to their social media handle. Check them out. Check them out. So that, you can, in the course of your child, say, maybe they're telling you, oh, so sorry, I missed your car. I had to take my son to school. Say, oh, is it midday or is it G-day? Is that, how do you know my children say, I take my time, okay, to study about my client because they're important to me. But also study about the product, history check of the product, consumer behavior at large. Okay, review your competitor, including FAQs. Analyze all the rejection questions. Okay, do your industry research, the appreciation level of the properties. Know the forecast. Do your research. It is key. These are the secrets to wealth. These are the secrets. Know your competitors. Know the pricing your competitors are selling. You know why? If you don't know the price your competitor is selling, somebody will use your competitor to try to spook you. In other words, somebody will tell you, but your neighbor is selling for 5 million now, and you are saying you are selling for 9 million. If you don't know if you don't do your proper research, that's what they will tell you, and you'll be thinking it's true. Meanwhile, your neighbor is actually not selling for 5 million. Maybe your neighbor told them to deposit 5 million. Or maybe your neighbor, has removed certain things that they will need to later pay for. So that's also why you need to know your competitors and what they're doing. Again, have you gotten value? If you've gotten value, type, I've gotten value, I've gotten value, I've gotten value. Okay, come on, talk to me. If you've gotten value, type, I've gotten value, I've gotten value, I've gotten value. Talk to me, I'm waiting. I want to see you guys chat me up. Okay? Come on, talk to me. Are you there? Okay, I can see gotten value. Oh, everybody's getting value. Beautiful. So my next is understand the concept of value. I feel that a lot of us do not understand the concept of value, particularly in Africa. The concept of value is something mythical for some people. Okay? Value selling is a sales technique that leverage customers' anticipation of enjoying the benefit of the item for a sale. With this approach, the sales conversation focuses on how the buyer's life will be improved with the asset at hand, rather than the actual futures and hard facts related to the product. So I will explain this better. Now, let's give an example. You want to sell a car. Now, some people want to sell a car, and then they are busy telling you, Ma, this car is a Bentley. It's the latest 2020 Bentley. Okay? Ma, you need to know that this Bentley can run at 300 kilometers per hour. You need to know that this Bentley has also, liter of fuel tank. You need to know that the leather of this Bentley is this, and you begin to sell that. Now, those are the futures. Those are the data. Usually what people want is beyond that. They want the feeling, okay, of being in a Bentley. So what you are selling ultimately shouldn't be the futures of the Bentley, but imagine yourself lying down, okay, and you are using the auto drive aspect of this Bentley. A day you're tired, very, very tired. You will just lie down this way. Then you can change the lighting so that the mood can be so relaxing and soothing, and you can start sleeping. Meanwhile, your car drives you to your desired destination. That's the conversation you need to be making with your customer. For example, you're selling a house. Say, imagine how your children will be playing. We design this aspect just to make it beautiful for your children to just play. It's specifically for them. Imagine this. Imagine you and your husband. I won't tell you what you and your husband can do in this jacuzzi, but hey, you see the feeling will get your customer to buy it more than the futures. So all this is 5-bedroom flat. Is in Ibejileki, is in this. Oh, is in this. It's come on. Sell the feeling. Sell the benefit, the benefit of it. Tell them who lives in that community. That's part of the benefit. That Jeju Okocha is their neighbor. Okay? Tell them that Adenuga, they are going to be neighbored with Adenuga. That there is just stone throw from their house to Adenuga compound in Banana Island. That's what they want to buy from you. Are you getting value? If you're getting value, type, I'm getting value, I'm getting value. Come on, talk to me. If you're getting value, type, I'm getting value, I'm getting value, I'm getting value. My Jack from Dubai, how are you, my Jack? Good to see you. Thank you. My Jack is joining us on Facebook. By the way, we're streaming across all platforms, Instagram, Facebook, on Zoom. We have a large number of people here on Zoom also. Thank you guys for joining us. God bless you. Now, let's look at the nuggets of selling value for price. Okay, here are a few actionable items you need to do to ensure you get the sales. Number one, who will buy your product? Number two, identify your customer's problem clearly. That's why I told you need to start by asking them questions. Okay, number three, make a list of your products' benefits. The list of your products' benefits. A list of your product benefits. When I'm selling a real estate, for example, I'll tell them it's 15 minutes to Dangote Refinery. Dangote Refinery has a lot of expatriates. Many of these people currently are living in temporary shelter. When Dangote Refinery fully gets functional, they will need a permanent residence. And if you build your house now, you're going to be renting it to Dangote Refinery staff. And, expatriate staff for that matter, who can pay good money. Do you know I've had more people buy from me because of that reason, instead of the reason of whether I ask you of whether it's in Ibejileki or not. So benefit is key. Okay, let's watch this short video by Brian Tracy, one of the amazing leaders when it comes to sales in the world.
The more you focus on the value of your product or service, the less important price becomes. Hello, I'm Brian Tracy, and today I want to talk to you about a very common question I get: how to sell value versus selling price. One of the great areas that I work on with corporations all over the world is called the value proposition, or the customer value offering. What it basically says is that customers buy your value or service because they anticipate enjoying a value that they would not have in the absence of your product or service. People don't buy products, they buy the results the product will give them. Now, I've trained more than 2 million salespeople in 75 countries, and I teach them all the same thing: sell the value and the benefit of your product or service to your customer. Focus on explaining and expressing how it works for the customer. If you focus on the value, the price becomes less and less important. If you don't focus on value, the only thing you can talk about is price. Now, here's the research. The research says that the value is the difference between the price you charge and the benefits the customer perceives that he or she will get. If the customer perceives that they will get a lot of benefit for the price they pay, then their perception of value is very high. So you can control that. Teach people how much they will benefit, how much your product or service will help them. All of the things your product or service can do to help them achieve their goals and solve their problems. The more you focus on these values, the less important the price becomes. So here are a few actionable items you need to do to ensure that you will get the sale. Number one, ask yourself, who is the person who is most likely to buy my product and buy it immediately? Then create a customer avatar or model customer in your mind based on this information. How old are they? Are they male or female? Do they have children? How much money do they earn? What is their level of education? Once you've done this, you'll be able to move on to the next step which is identifying your ideal customer avatar's problem clearly. What kind of a problem does your perfect customer have that you can solve? If you've identified your customer correctly, these people will pay you to solve their problems. Sometimes the problems are obvious and clear. Sometimes the problems are not obvious or unclear. Sometimes the problems do not exist for the customer. If the problem does not exist, the customer will not buy your product, even if the customer does not believe or see or understand that the problem exists. Finally, make a list of all of the benefits of your product or service and the ways it will solve your customers' problems. The more benefits and solutions you can clearly provide to your customers, the less they will be able to deny that your product will solve their problem. Before we wrap up, I'd like to leave you with a thought to share with your friends and followers. Here it is. The more you focus on the value of your product or service, the less important price becomes. These are my strategies for selling value versus selling price. If you haven't seen my other videos about building your sales skills, take a look. Now, I'd love to hear from all of you. What other tips do you have on how to show value to your customers? Leave a comment below, and I'll be sure to follow up with you. If you've enjoyed this video and feel it was valuable for teaching you how to close more sales, subscribe to my channel and share this video with your friends or anyone else who might benefit from this information. Thanks for watching, and remember, if you want to change your future, take action, and take action now. To learn more proven sales methods to increase your sales and income, register for my free 3-part video training.
Come on, guys. Did you pick a thing or two from there? If you did, can you type, "Thank you, Brian Tracy"? Everybody, come on. If you pick a thing or two from what Brian Tracy had just said, can you type, "Thank you, Brian Tracy"? Okay, how to pitch your property to your client. A good broker doesn't need many support tools for a high quality presentation. What they say and how they say it will have a major impact on the outcome with their prospect. Okay, and this is very big. Let me give you an example. Your client's problem and the need to solve them is priority. So property challenge, it could be the listing, site coordinates, and more. Think about the variables with both the client and the property so you can show your relevance to your client. Clear information, okay? Clients are eager rather to know more about your property, to easily compare with your competitor. Always be in touch and give clear information and update. Now stop putting yourself first. Most property presentations should be about the client, the property, not you, your sales team, okay? And this is very important because this biases the conversation and just mess everything up. So focus on, let me give you an example of this is a property being pitched to buy in Dubai, okay? The building for sale at Al Quasses 5th Main Street and Back Street, right? Land area is 15, okay, square meter, freehold building, 130,000 square feet, right? 2 basement, 2 ground shop, 9-floor apartment, 3 apartment, 2 rooms, and a lounge with a main room trade. Okay, 68,000, you know, and you can go on, give proper details like this, because this is also one of the amazing things that a lot of people don't do. You're supposed to give clear, proper detail about what it is that you're selling. And after that, then you can begin to take as many questions as you want to, but give clear, cut, simple information. Okay, see how the building is new, is a new one, 1 year old. The building flats are on this, and then the pricing. So after this now, of course, we can begin to take questions, but make it very clear. However, the major thing if you're going to be able to sell well is listing. You have to understand property listing. It's a key thing, right? If you don't list the property, do not ask why the property is not selling. So you have to engage on property listing sites to be able to sell your property. We have Private Property is a major site in Nigeria. Airbnb is a major one across the globe. Bookings.com is another good website to list your property. And this goes a long way in helping you. Okay? Now, property brokers. What's the difference? What's the difference between a property broker that closed a deal and the property broker who struggled, even, okay, to make one sales in a year? And I'm going to share a few things. I'm running because of time. Okay, I'm going to skip this video by Grant Cardone. However, one of the things to learn from that video is the power of follow-up. I always share this oftentimes. The reason you are not able to sell is because you are not following up your customer. Do you know that you make 80% of your sale between the 5th and the 8th time you contact that customer? Some of you will say you don't like to disturb the customer. Well, let me tell you this. It's a spiritual principle that disturbance is needed to convince anybody to do your bidding. The Bible talks about a widow and a wicked judge, and the widow kept coming. Avenge me of my adversaries. Avenge me of our adversaries. At some point, the wicked judge had to come by and say, look, I am attending to you just on the basis of peace of mind, just so that I can have peace of mind. Not even because I'm convinced I needed to avenge you, but so that I can have peace of mind, I'm going to avenge you. So there's a powerful principle in you being able to understand that you have to follow up if you're going to sell. You have to just understand the strategies to go about it and be subtle, but this follow-up must be done. Okay? Next is understand branding, particularly online branding. Many property brokers just don't know how to package themselves. You are selling to me a property worth $1 million, and I checked your social media handle, and I'm seeing you dressed in a particular way. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't. You are sagging your clothes. You are looking a particular way. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Okay? So you need to understand the place of being presentable, the place of carrying yourself in a way that people will respect you, particularly online. Your online carriage is key. Your online carriage is everything in business. Now, number 3, you must learn to do Facebook advert. You have to spend money to do advert. This slide shows you that in the last year alone, I spent over $70,000 doing Facebook advert on my own account alone. $70,000. You saw 30,000 to 27,000. How many of you can see the screenshot? If you can see the screenshot, can you type, I can see the screenshot? You can add them up. 30,000 here, 4-point-something million naira there, $5,594 there. Okay, here you have 158,000, 993,000. You have 28,870. Can you see that? $70,000. Okay, well over, just to sell property. I mean, just to do advert. Anyway, I sell more than properties. Okay, but this is just my account alone. This is not company account. So you need to know that you have to spend money on advert. I laugh a lot of time when I meet young people who say they're doing, property. They're property brokers. And it's funny to see that many of them do not do paid adverts, and they think there's one magic that is going to work, and without abracadabra, people just start buying from you. Many of you need to face the reality that the caliber of friends that you even have cannot even afford the property you're selling. Okay? They can't even afford the property you are selling. They can't. Okay? They can't. So if the people you already know cannot afford it, afford what you're selling, how do you then expect them? How do you expect to make money? Who is going to buy your property? So you need to reach out to a new audience. You need to reach out to a new market. You need to reach out to a new category of people who need to buy property from you. That is how to sell, ladies and gentlemen. That's how to sell. Well, I just want to show a few videos of some of the properties that we sell. And I'm just going to give you a few tips and then we'll wrap up for the day. Our next guest is already in the building. His name is Matthew Stewart, the leading property broker in the US. And we're going to be having a great time with Matthew Stewart.
Oh my God, it's time to my favorite music.
Teachers property you want to buy. You want to buy. Teachers home you want to buy. You want to buy. Tested and trusted our property. Our property. Tested and trusted we are reliable. We are reliable. Very less there for you my people. My people. White Estate there for Ogun State. Prime Rose Estate there for Lekki Lagos State. Very less there for Abuja. Abuja. My people wait there for diaspora. All over the world making a home over. Savaya Estate there for Ikorodu. Better location where you define where you go like hi, Alaji Abbas Akonde Obese. I welcome everybody to G-Test Homes. My people, home and abroad. Berry Estate is just 15 minutes drive to Via, 7 minutes to Lekki Seaport, 5 minutes to Lekki Free Trade Zone, 10 minutes to Dangote Refinery, the biggest refinery in the world. Why few minutes to Lagos Business School? This advice is from G-Test Home. You don't just wait to buy property. You buy property and wait. Because we do not just sell properties. We help you secure your future. Thanks for your patronage. We appreciate it.
I don't know if you enjoyed that video. If you enjoyed it, tap I enjoyed that. Come on, talk to me. We're currently doing a promo on this particular estate, the real estate, where you can buy for 50% discount, right? Instead of 9 million, you can get it for 4.5 million outright and 5.5 million. You're paying 12 months installments. So these are some of, if you want housing, we also have off-plan sale housing opportunity. Now, for those of you who want to be mentored, how many of you would like me to mentor you in how to become an international broker as well as property investment? But I want you to mentor me. I want you to mentor me. Come and talk to me. Okay, if you want to be mentored, if you want mentorship from me, can you let me know? I need to know, guys. I need to know if you want me to mentor you, right? I don't just mentor without a request. So it's, oh, I can see a lot of people want to be mentored by me. Good. You need to know also that my mentorship is free. Okay, I charge to mentor people. I have something, it's a mastermind program where you can join and you're going to also be meeting some great property brokers. In fact, one of the property brokers, you know, that you're going to be meeting has done $1.5 billion USD in property sales in the last 10 years. 1.5 billion. You heard me. I didn't say million, billion. B. Okay? As a property broker. Those are the caliber of people you're going to be connecting with. And you're going to be learning how to take this to the next level. It's $5,000 that we charge, but for some of you who can afford it, you can join the coaching for just $1,000 today. You're going to be having access to video courses. You're going to be added to wow, I'm being told that it's even been slashed to just 200,000 today. So with 200,000, you can join. Instead of paying 400,000, if you're paying right now while the webinar is on, you can pay just 200,000 instead of 400,000. You're going to be getting access to 4 video courses, 1 month program, WhatsApp group, where there will be regular trainings on that group, you know, step-by-step guides, and several deep informations to help you start this journey, okay? And this will go a long way in turning things around, how to do Facebook adverts, you know, to sell property, and you will learn all this with me. So if you're interested in joining, you want to visit the URL www.stephenakita.com/goldmine. Can my media team help me paste the URL link across all platforms? Okay, www.stephenakita.com/goldmine. Okay, goldmine. Just go there. You can use your card and pay. If you want to do transfer, then after transfer, send evidence of payment to info, your full name, email, and phone number to info@stephenakita.com. You can also call the office +234 8180000618. Please, we don't do refund. And I hope you read this clearly. I always get this experience where people want to say they want refund after we've clearly stated it. It's a disclaimer. You're hearing it now. We don't do refund. So don't join my coaching program if you are not willing to do it. Don't waste your time. There's no point. You're not sure? Don't do it. Okay? You only go ahead and join and make your payment if you are convinced this is something you want to do. Okay? Please let me repeat myself again. Only do this if you are properly convinced this is for you. Don't do this if you're not sure you want to do this. Okay? I've written a book. You'll also be getting access to the book, but you can go to my website now, book.stephenakita.com. This book, in Maximizing Your Real Estate Investment, powerful book. I have several other courses you can buy, video.stephenakita.com. Okay, so go to the website, I'll call the office line, and you'll be able to get access to my materials in real estate. Tomorrow, I'll be back again with another topic on how to become a successful property broker and make good sales for yourself. So book.stephenakita.com is where to go if you want to buy my books, and the numbers to call +234 8180000618. You can follow me across all social media handle as Stephen Akita TV, on Twitter as Stephen Akita, on LinkedIn as Stephen Akita TV, on Instagram as Stephen Akita, on YouTube as Stephen Akita TV. Okay, you can email me info@stephenakita.com. That's the number to reach. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you, everybody. Come on. Thank you. So, guys, I don't know if I can take questions because honestly, I have taken 30 minutes extra from the last speaker's time. So if you've gotten value, can you type "thank you" for the session? Come on, at least you appreciate me. If you got some value from me, show some love. Show me some love. Show me love. Oyama. Oyama. Okay, if you got some value, come on, say thank you. I love to be appreciated. My next guest is live, none other than Matthew Stewart. I've known Matthew, by the way, for years. Recently, I still remember seeing one of Matthew Stewart's video where he was training our staff in our former office. Matthew, we're bigger now. We're not where we used to be there. Levels has changed. Yeah. How are you doing today, Matthew?
I'm blessed. It's an honor to be on here. Can you hear me okay?
You perfect. You looking good. I like your background. It's amazing. I could see inspiration, worship,
right?
vision.
Inspiration. Yeah.
Strategy.
That's right.
Amazing. Thank you so much for being part of this conference. And I want to say a big thank you. I'm aware I saw that I've been busy. I know we're discussing about this new program. What I will do is we'll probably organize a webinar for it where we can train our audience on how to go about it. Also, note that we are streaming on Facebook, on Instagram, on Periscope. So you have people watching you from different platforms. I think there's Bukola or somebody who's supposed to anchor this. So once you're done with your 30-minute presentation, she'll come and begin to help you take questions from across those platforms. Again, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you. You can take it
absolutely.
away.
It's an honor to be on here. I appreciate you remembering me. So, all right, let's see here. Get the speaker view. Hold on 1 second. Okay. So I've been asked this morning, I'll go ahead and get started because I know that we are pressed for time, and it's good to know that you guys can hear me well. Go ahead and give me some love this morning as well. Let me know you're out there. You can hear me okay. I'm in California, United States. And so yeah, if you can throw some love in the chats there, that would be great. Great. So I got a hello. Excellent. Afternoon in Nigeria. Yes, I've spent much time in Nigeria, believe it or not. That's how Stephen and I got to know each other personally. And so yes, thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate all the love you're putting down. I was talking to my wife the other day, and we were kind of calculating how much time I'd actually been on ground in Nigeria, and it was about 6 months going back and forth. It was for another business that I was building at the time. And so I've been in some very interesting places. In fact, when I talk to Nigerians that live here in America, and I tell them that I've been to Surulere, Lekki, gosh, I mean, Abukuta.
Surulere, Victoria Island, Agege, Ogba was our office there.
Yeah.
Port Harcourt, I'm sure Port Harcourt.
Port Harcourt, that's right. Port Harcourt. Yes, everywhere. So love the Nigerian people. So it's just an honor to be invited and be able to speak on this this topic. So what they asked me to speak on was actually COVID-19 and the effects that it's going to have on the global business, and which I'll be honest with you, I can't really speak too much to the global aspect, but I can speak to America. Because I've been a real estate salesperson and a broker selling now 20 years successfully, hundreds and hundreds of properties. Stephen, bless his heart, he said I was the top real estate broker in America. That's far from the truth. That's not, I am not the top real estate broker in America. I want to make that clear, just so but I have been successful and for many years and come from a real estate background. My parents have been brokers for 47 years, with my mother being the number one selling realtor in our county in the late 1980s, early 1990s. I do have some business partners that I've linked up with, and I will tell you, partnering up with the right people is very, very important. So, Stephen is not new to the real estate game. He's certainly grown. He's very aggressive in a good and healthy way in growing business and getting things done. So if you have an opportunity to be mentored by him, I would take advantage of it because coaching and mentorship is absolutely key. There's a saying, you are where you are today based on the books you read and the 5 people that you spend the most time with. So if you're not happy where you are today, you need to take a serious look at who you're spending time with and look at their attitudes and their thinking. Thinking is so important. So you want to be around movers and shakers and people that are getting things done. So, Stephen is definitely one of those, and that's why we've kept in touch and why I've kept his phone number and so on. Now it's interesting. I'll speak to my market here in Northern California, which the capital of California is Sacramento. And so, I'm near on the outskirts of Sacramento, the suburbs. And what was interesting is we've been very, very active and very busy real estate wise over the last 9 to 10 years. And in our marketplace, it cycles about every 9 to 10 years where you'll have an adjustment and the prices will correct themselves. So basically they will go up and up and up and up and up and up. And then you'll have a correction, and then it'll go up and up and up and up again about every 9 or 10 years. So the bottom of our market was 2011, and here we are in 2020. So we're right there at that 9-year mark. And so most of my colleagues and successful realtors, we've been talking that we're getting very close to the market adjusting and correcting itself as it should. And this was before COVID and the virus and the pandemic and so on. So it's interesting, the pandemic hits and basically the world stopped. I can't speak for Nigeria, but I think from what I could tell, generally the majority of the world stopped definitely after 30 to 45 days into it. You know, everybody's wearing masks now and shelter in America. We had shelter at home, couldn't necessarily leave your home unless it was for essential items or services, which would be, you know, grocery shopping, some of those things. Now, in our area, real estate was not an essential item at first. And so here we are as realtors looking to sell homes and list homes, and we have to stay at home. And so that was a very interesting thing for the majority of realtors out in my marketplace. In fact, the majority of realtors really struggled because they were used to the traditional model, okay, of brick and mortar real estate offices. So I would go into my real estate office, I'd have my cubicle, I'd have my desk, I'd have my private office, whatever it is. And that's where I would do my real estate. Well, what would happen if all of a sudden they told you you couldn't go into your office? Well, I will tell you that thankfully, myself and some of my business partners, which I'll tell you, one of my business partners was the #1 real estate agent for Keller Williams in the world. And I don't know if you're familiar with Keller Williams, but it's one of the largest real estate brokerages in the world. He was the #1 realtor in the world for Keller Williams 7 times. His name is Tom Daves. The other, another one of my business partners actually owned 30 Keller Williams offices. 10 of those offices he built from the ground up, scratch. So he had over 5,000 real estate agents or estate agents that were in his offices. And then my last partner, he actually was the #1 Remax agent in the state of California, and then moved over to Keller Williams. So you're seeing a trend here. We were all Keller Williams, but then we left. We left Keller Williams not too long ago and moved over to a company that you probably have not heard of. It's a newer company called EXP. It's a real estate company, and it has a model where it has stock ownership through NASDAQ. But the premise of it, the reason I'm bringing it up is it is a virtual cloud-based brokerage. Okay. Cloud-based brokerage. So no longer do we have the brick and mortar offices because we go and meet in the cloud. And so I made this switch back in November of last year. One of my business partners has a quote. It's actually from a hockey player in America called Wayne Gretzky. I don't know if you're familiar with hockey, but Wayne Gretzky, Hall of Famer, one of the greatest of all time. He has a quote that says, "I don't skate where the puck is. I skate where the puck is going to be." Okay, I want you to think about that. I don't skate where it is now. I skate to where it's going to be. And so my partners and I, we saw that there was going to be change. And this was before virus. This is before COVID. Okay. We saw that there was going to be change coming in the real estate space, that these brick and mortar offices are very, very expensive for the owners. Okay. For the brokers. And they don't really provide a lot of value. I know Stephen was talking about value and Brian Tracy was talking about value. Value is where it's at. You don't have to negotiate your commission if the client thinks that there is tremendous value. Okay. Now, we realize that these brick and mortar offices don't provide really much value at all to the client. A lot of the times the client doesn't even want to meet you in your office, at least in America. Maybe different in Nigeria or other places, UK, but in America, it's kind of a burden to take time out of their schedule to go meet and talk with me at my office. They would rather me come to them at their home or even at their office, or maybe we meet in a neutral place, a coffee shop or something of that nature. And so we had a very large company in America, very, very successful, called Blockbuster Video. Don't know if you're familiar with them out of America, but they were very, very large. There's a company that came up after Blockbuster called Netflix. Netflix was an upstart company, an idea, right? Again, who you spend time with and the ideas you think of are very important. And they said, why don't we get rid of these stores? Because Blockbuster had video stores and you'd have to drive to the video store to go get your video. Why don't we get rid of these stores and actually do stream movies and things and shows? Now, Blockbuster had an opportunity to purchase Netflix, and they didn't. They discounted the idea. Okay. They discounted the idea and they said it would never work. They had all kinds of reasons and explanations on why it wouldn't work. Well, from that date, fast forward 5 years in the future, Blockbuster is gone, does not exist anymore. Okay. And it was a giant of a company, and it has disappeared off the face of the earth. And I'm sure even in Nigeria, you've probably heard of Netflix, I'm guessing, but if you haven't, it's absolutely gigantic, and it's all streaming. There's no stores. You can't go to the Netflix store. So we saw this regarding real estate, and it played in absolutely perfect with this virus and COVID, because we were already up and running. And we have a saying that we were built for this being this COVID shelter at home, and so on, because we've been doing cloud-based realty for 10 years as a company. My partners and I have come on in the last couple of years. So I bring all this up because you're going to need to change your thinking in regards to how real estate traditionally and how it's been done traditionally to where it's going now. And I would say, for example, we would have our weekly meetings as a team, and we were never stopped on our weekly meetings. We were never stopped with business as usual with this virus and the world stopping. But our competitors, the Coldwell Bankers, the Remaxes, the Century 21s, the Keller Williams, and on and on and on, they got really concerned. They got scared, quite frankly, because all of a sudden these offices of 100 to 200, they can't do business. And so these realtors are at home and they don't know what to do. And so it segues into what they asked me to talk about, this COVID and the virus and the world that we're in today. And what does real estate look like, and what is it changing to, and where is it going, and so on. And these are important questions. So let me give you an idea a little bit in regards to my marketplace, to give you an idea how the effect has been regarding the virus, and then where we're at now. And that'll, I think, probably help, because I'm guessing that as the United States goes in real estate and economy, not to be arrogant, but I think the world kind of goes as well. And if you disagree, go ahead and chat it up and tell me. I'm open. But again, that's not coming from a place of arrogance, just kind of coming from a place of, I think that is reality for now. Hopefully we can keep that going, and so on. But anyway, we had pending sales in the first 4 weeks of real estate here in California. The first 4 weeks of the virus hitting and the shelter in place, we were down 40%. So everybody was basically going, "Oh, wow, what's going to happen here? I'm going to wait and see." Okay, and then now fast forward the last 2 weeks here now, we're almost back to the volume that we were at before the virus. And we're still not fully back up and running. We're just now getting to where businesses are opening and things of that nature. So let me give you some real stats. So on March 1st, Okay. In my area, we had 590 pending sales, new pending. April 1st, 1 month later, it dropped down to 334. Okay. And then at the end of May here, we're back up to 564. So we're almost back to where we were at March 1st, right at the very beginning of this pandemic. So that's very interesting. We're selling about 80 homes a day. Okay. That's quite significant, especially with this whole virus pandemic going on. The scary thing though is commercial. Commercial is getting hit very hard because we've had shelter in place for over 60 days. That means you can't go out to businesses, restaurants, for example. There's no dining in, no going and sitting down in the restaurant and eating. At the very best, you'd have to do a takeout. And that's just not enough volume of sales for these companies to really continue on. So I think we're in a period where we're going to see the calm before the storm, at least here in America. They're trying to do a bunch of stimulus and inject money and so on. But I don't know that we'll really see the damage from all of this virus and shelter in place for another probably 6 months to 12 months. Part of that is because interest rates are very, very low. It actually dipped under under 3%. I heard one of my colleagues saying that you can get purchase a home for an interest rate of 2.75%, which is just ridiculously low. To give you an idea, just 20 years ago, a 7.5% interest rate was a very good interest rate. So now we're at, under 3%, but that's actually really spurring buyers to get out and get a house and lock in an interest rate and so on. So it's actually really helping our real estate market here as we're coming out of COVID, which in turn is somewhat helping our economy. But we'll have to see how this is all going to shake out over the next, like I said, 6 months to 12 months, because a lot of these businesses that have the signage out on front of the building, you think that they're still good. You think they're going to open, but now that we're coming out of our houses and being allowed to go to these businesses, I think there's just going to be some empty buildings with signage on the front because the owners just couldn't last that long with no income coming in. So that's a little scary. We'll have to see how things are coming about. But remember, I told you about every 9 to 10 years in California, it cycles, the real estate market cycles, and we're already coming into the 9.5, 10 years into it before this COVID virus. Now, some of the things that we need to be doing, and you should be looking at doing, which Stephen had mentioned in his presentation, which was very good, Stephen, by the way, good information. I'm glad I was able to hop on a little early and get some of that from you, my friend. But technology, utilize technology. And I know Stephen's really big on technology. We're doing virtual tours. We're doing 3D videos. We're doing drone videos. We're doing walk-through high definition videos. So for example, I told my photographer, I said, hey, I want you to take your video and I want you to basically walk through the home. I don't want it to be all, jazzy and cut up and, just really, I don't know, for lack of a better word, just kind of sexy like you normally do. I actually want it where you're walking through the property room by room. You turn around, you come out that room, you go down the hallway, you go in the next one. I want it as if a buyer is in the house themselves walking through the house. Now, I believe I can share. I did show, let me see if I can show a video of what I'm talking about. Okay. Hey, Stephen, I don't know if you're able to, or you're still on, if you can have me, give me the ability to share my screen, I'll show you a video of what I'm talking about. So just come on, Stephen, and let me know when I'm able to share. Right now, I'm not able to. So anyway, if we can do that, guys, I'd really like you to participate and see that. It's a short video, about 4 minutes or so. Virtual staging is a new thing as well, where if you have a vacant home, we have the capability where they go in and they actually place furniture and plants and pictures virtually. So if you were to walk in the house, it would still be a vacant house. But if you look online and you go through the photos, it's all virtually staged with plants and pictures and so on. So, and that's really neat because, frankly, a lot of buyers really struggle in regards to visualizing what their furniture or what any furniture is going to look like in a vacant home, which always surprises me, even though I've been doing this 20 years. But most buyers really have a hard time visualizing, even to the point of changing out, if it's a resale home, changing out carpet and flooring and, things of that nature. I tell my sellers, I said, you know what, you're better off to change out the flooring, redo the painting, because a lot of times they say, well, Matt, they're just going to probably have their own taste and what they like themselves. So they'll just go ahead and do that on their own. And I said, yes, I understand. But if you invest a little bit of money in regards to the flooring and the paint, and we do it in neutral colors, I'm telling you, it's going to feel like a newer home. It's going to smell like a newer home. You're going to get more money for the sale. There's just a lot of value in doing it. And you will get your money back. It's the biggest return that you can do. The biggest bang for your buck is carpet and paint, or flooring and paint. Okay. So just remember that. Now, some of the things that we're doing in regards to quote unquote selling safely, at least here in America, we were deemed non-essential, as I told you earlier. And then after about 3 to 4 weeks, our governor deemed us essential with restrictions. So no more open houses. Okay. Someone asked about home staging. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't particularly do home staging, and let me clarify. I do a lot of resale homes. So people are already living in the home, right? I'm their listing agent, and then I market to find a buyer. Typically what I do is I utilize the furniture that they already have, and I will position it and organize it and declutter it, get rid of some of it. I'll tell them, hey, you need to take that down, move that over there. You got too much stuff going on. You've got to thin out some of this stuff to make it, the room feels too small. And I remember Nigerians love their big furniture. So I would probably, if I was staging a Nigerian home, I'd say, okay, Stephen, you got some really nice chairs and couches here. We're going to probably need to take out 1 or 2 of these just to open up the room and make it feel bigger. There's kind of a rule of thumb I utilize. If you were to have 2 shopping bags, one on each hand at your side, and you were to walk through your home, those 2 shopping bags should not hit, your furniture, or you're trying to go through a space or a corridor or what have you. And if they are, it's too cluttered. You got to open it up. Okay. Because subconsciously the buyers will feel like, oh, it's kind of a small house. It's just, it's a little too small. We need to find something bigger, even though it might not be a small house. It's just, you got a lot of stuff in there, a lot of furniture, a lot of, bookcases, whatever it is. Virtual staging. There is a company called Box Brownie. I don't know if they do Nigeria or where you're asking from, but you could look into it. You could just Google search virtual staging, and you'll probably have a plethora of opportunities there for you. So, okay, Nigeria. Yeah. So just Google search virtual staging, and you can learn more about that. But that's kind of a neat thing that's coming on here, and definitely coming on strong in regards to COVID. Now, so what we have to do, obviously we do our gloves, we do our mask, we do our booties. When we go and show a home, we have special disclosures now we've created in the last 45 days where buyers and sellers, and both buyer's agent and seller's agent, have to sign. And it is 100% based upon COVID and the virus, and basically stating that, you cannot enter the property unless you have your mask, unless you have gloves. And then as realtors behind the showing, meaning when we're done with the showing, we have to go back and wipe down handles and anything that was touched, with proper disinfecting and so on. So that's very different, very new. The other thing is if the home is lived in, what I tell my sellers is I say, look, could you please open up the doors? Closets, could you open up some of the cabinets? So that way they can get an idea of what's, how big the closets are. They don't have to open doors. They're already open for them. So we try to really reduce the amount of touching that people are doing. And so that's a big thing. And then another thing that I experimented with one of my listings here as of late is I had no showings. So imagine this, you guys, this is the kind of world that we're in now. I put it on the market and I said that no one could go inside and look at it. So imagine, you're going to buy a house and you don't get to go see it and, so on. But that's just kind of how we were at during the COVID lockdown shelter at home. So I said, no showings. And what we did is the virtual tour, the virtual walkthrough, and I put that on my YouTube channel. You're welcome to go to my YouTube channel, Matthew Stewart Real Estate. You can just go on YouTube and search Matthew Stewart Real Estate, and it should pop up. If you do go there and you find it valuable, please subscribe. We're always trying to build our subscribers and so on. But let me see if I can share my screen. I'd love to show you the video. No. Okay. All right. I don't know, Stephen, if you're there hearing me or not, but if you can enable me to share my screen, I'd love to be able to kind of give them a demonstration of that video. So let me see. Okay.
I've made you a co-host. Can you do that now?
Say that again.
I just made you a co-host. Can you try it again if it's working?
Ah, there we go. All right. Good stuff. Thank you, sir. All right. Let's watch this video real quick here. Okay. Oh, let me stop that. Hold on. Okay. All right. Can you hear me okay now?
Perfect.
All right. So you get an idea there. Hopefully you see that they got a chance to walk through and get a feel for the home. Now, let me check my chats here. We got a couple chatting it up here. Okay. All right. Okay. Nigeria. All right. So that home was in Sacramento, and it's a smaller home, older, dated. But as you can see, that it was pretty cleaned out in regards to a lot of furniture. It was pretty open. It felt bigger than what it probably really is. And I ended up selling that home 3 separate times because of COVID. The first time, the buyers actually couldn't qualify for a loan because they owned a barber shop and were cutting hair, and they were doing it safely with masks and gloves and so on. And then our governor said that they were non-essential. Cutting hair was non-essential. And so the lender said that because they were working, they were earning money illegally, which to me is crazy and actually makes me angry because this is a couple that, sacrificed everything to build a business of their own. And they need to, feed their family, and they do that by cutting hair. And just for this period of 2 months, what they've done for years was deemed illegal. They were supposed to be not working. So they actually could not buy the house. The lender wouldn't give them a house. So I put it back on the market and advertised through social media and so on. And then I sold it again. And all of this, you guys, was without the people seeing the home. They never went inside the house. So the second people came through, and they figured the room was a little too small for them, so they backed out of the deal. And then I sold it a third time, again, them never seeing the inside of the house. And once we got an accepted offer, then we did a private showing, just them, with gloves and masks and so on. And they loved the house. We ended up closing escrow on it just last week, Thursday of last week. So it's a different way of doing real estate now. There were only 3 couples that actually got to see the inside of the house ever when it was being on the market. And it was those 3 that I'd sold it to. I have another property that's 35 acres, 2 homes on 35 acres. And again, same thing, did video, very limited showings. That one is being lived in. And so we try to limit the exposure of my sellers with buyers coming in, because you just don't know where buyers have been or who they've been in contact with. So, that's a very real thing. So, those are some of the things that we're doing. It's a different time. What if we have time, Stephen, and you tell me, I would be willing to share a little bit of my listing presentation. I don't work a tremendous amount with buyers. Years ago, I realized that if you control the listing, you have leverage. Whereas buyers are great, but they do take a lot of time. They're very labor intensive. And so personally, I made the commitment to be a listing agent. So I would go secure various properties under a listing contract. And literally I could be out playing golf, and another realtor working with a buyer could be showing the property and writing an offer while I'm out playing golf. So you tell me, my friend, regarding time. I'm able to carve out a little bit of time, but I wanted to share.
We have 15 minutes more before we start taking questions.
It's hard to hear you. Say that again.
We have 15 minutes more before we start taking questions.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll go ahead and share, because it segues into the aspect of virtual and technology and social media. That's really where things are going. I told you about our brokerage as a whole. We are really the first cloud-based brokerage, EXP, in all 50 states of America. Now we're expanding internationally, Canada, United Kingdom, Australia. It looks like we should have Africa or South Africa coming on board at some point in the near future. Can't give you a timetable. Mexico eventually will be in 100+ countries. So it's quite an opportunity. But so let me then segue into my own listing presentation. I'd be willing to share that with you guys a little bit. And this is what I use when I meet with someone who wants to sell their home or their property, and they're interviewing agents, and I'm competing against other agents. So let me go into that. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so I start out, and this is after I've gone and seen their home. We've done a brief walkthrough through the home and gotten an idea of what they love about their home. As Stephen had mentioned, I'm always asking questions, and remember, whoever's asking questions is in control. And let me get this going here. I'll skip through some of this stuff, but I've been doing this a long time. My team and I, we've sold over 500 homes all over. This is greater Sacramento area. Now, what I did, and I can actually improve on this, but my listing presentation is in a book. In fact, I don't have it near me, but it's actually a bound book, and it's all my marketing materials. And what I realized, and this may be something you want to utilize as you meet with sellers, is a lot of realtors in America will come and do a presentation, and they'll talk a lot, about how good they are and what they do in their company and this and that. And they'll talk about their marketing, but they don't actually show the proof of what they have done. So I said, you know what? I'm actually going to hold myself accountable. I'm going to show you the real deal, you being the seller, on what I actually do. So, I'm going to go and take screenshots and put this book together, and you're going to actually see real results of what my marketing's been doing. So this presentation I put on PowerPoint, I basically took photos of my bound book. I wouldn't say I'm the most tech savvy person, but I had to scramble and get my listing presentation online, because when we were sheltered in place, I wanted to be able to do a Zoom call with the potential seller and then go over everything that I'd go over as if I was sitting with them at their kitchen table at their home. So we do a huge amount of marketing on the web through websites and so on. We do extensive research in regards to where is website traffic coming from and so on. We found that social media is 68%, and it's probably outdated now. This is a couple years old. Social media is a huge deal. We advertise a ton on social media. I know Stephen mentioned Facebook ads. They're phenomenal. So gosh, if you could get the value of how to properly advertise on Facebook from Stephen, it's probably worth your investment there. And then we did study in regards to, there's over 2 billion users as of 2017, much more now. YouTube, very, very vital and important. Instagram, Twitter. Okay. These are the 4 that we focus on in America. We don't really use WhatsApp much real estate wise in America. Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. These are professionals. These are people that are typically graduated from college or in a career. YouTube, Pinterest. Okay. So we utilize all of these. So basically I'm showing them all this research that I've done. For example, they go, well, what about Snapchat? I keep hearing about Snapchat. And I go, okay, what about it? So Snapchat right here, these are marketers. This is the percentage of them not planning to utilize the platform in the next year, 76%. So we don't spend our marketing dollars and time and efforts on that because it's a waste of time. The other thing is mobile. Mobile is super, super important. In fact, it used to be the internet. Now it's switching to mobile, where buyers are searching on their mobile device at homes and so on. So that's really key. And then this is the growth of Facebook and social media traffic and so on. It's just unbelievable. This is my Facebook site. As you can see, this is outdated. I'm close to 5,000 friends. So if you send me a friend request on my personal page, you probably will not get accepted, not because I don't love you, but I utilize it as marketing around my geographic area here in Sacramento. These are all typically people that live in this area, and I market to them. So you would be better off to go to my real estate page, Matthew Stewart Real Estate, and like that and follow that. And I have golf home coach because I was a collegiate golf coach here for 5 years at a university. And then I have a full pre-marketing program coming soon, kind of like the movies, right? When you go to the movie theater and they have the previews, maybe, 2-3 minutes about the movie coming, but you can't see it yet. And I thought, why don't we do that in real estate? Why don't my listing that I have a signed listing agreement on, but we're not ready to go live on the market? Why don't I have a whole coming soon program that I utilize? And then, so here's an example of a Facebook ad. This is a property that was listed by another brokerage, Century 21, for 9 months, and they couldn't get it sold. And he interviewed 5 other agents, picked me, and I got it sold within the first week. I had 5 offers, sold over asking price, $10,000 over asking price. This was one of our Facebook ads. Organic reach was 811, paid reach 1,600 plus. And this is really what's important, is your clicks. This is engagement. Over 1,000 people clicked on this saying, tell me more. I want to learn more about it. So, and then Instagram, we have a presence, and then here's the coming soon, kind of like the movie theater aspect I told you about. Twitter, we utilize Twitter. I have 2 different Twitter accounts. LinkedIn, here's my LinkedIn account. You can look, 4,800 connections. So you're always looking to add and build to your connections. This is my YouTube channel. So you can go on there and see some of the videos that we have. The competitor to YouTube, Vimeo. Recognize this property right here? That was, so we're blasting out our marketing in various channels. Here was an example. This one that I just listed, the 35 acres on 2 homes, 226 total views. This was within the first, 3-4 days on the market. So anyway, I don't want to take too much more time in that regard. I know he said we have about 10 minutes, so I can open it up to questions, but hopefully that gives you an idea. You're going to have to change your mindset. It's not real estate as usual. We're not going to go back to how it was. You're going to have to adapt and change and get more. I honestly think cloud-based brokerages are where things are going. I do think it's a model that can work all across the world, including Nigeria, including obviously South Africa, and definitely UK. We're already open there, and so on. And you're going to need to utilize technology. But I'll leave you with this. Just because we're changing and doing more technology, it does not change the fact that it is a relationship business. It is a people business. It always will be. Okay. Even though I sold those homes without people even seeing the inside of the home, they eventually did go see the inside of the home. I did build a relationship of trust with my seller. And she trusted me to completely sell her home start to finish. And she could not be there because she was forced to be locked in, not locked in her home, but sheltered in place at her other home that she owns 3 hours away. So you need to learn your sales skills, as Stephen was sharing, and I'm sure more speakers throughout the 3 days are going to share. You really, really need to refine and hone your sales skills. And really, it comes down to relationship skills, building relationships with people. And then lastly, there's a saying called the fortune is in the follow-up. The fortune is in the follow-up. And he gave a stat that I think it's 80% of sales happen after the 8th phone call or connection. So it could be a handwritten note. It could be an email. It could be a text message. It could be a phone call. It could be them seeing your sign. Those are all touches and connections. It takes at least 8 minimum of those to get 80% of the sales. Typically 10 to 12 is where the magic happens. Okay. So looks like we got some chats here. How do you get properties for sale you purchase or relate with owners? Oh, okay. So if I understand that, it's how do you find the people that want to sell their home and get the listing? That's a good question. So there's a lot of different marketing that you can do. There's so many different ways, and every realtor has a different little niche that they utilize. For example, I've always enjoyed door knocking, believe it or not, here, because I love people and I do very well speaking in front of people. And the other thing is what's called farming. So if you took a subdivision of, say, 200 homes and you were able to mail to them, and I'm not sure if Nigeria, you know, the logistics of all this, but in America, we have a good mailing system. So we can mail different things about every 3 weeks to 4 weeks. If you pick 200 homes and you knock on doors and introduce yourself and give them your card and smile and do that consistently, you know, once every other month, you cycle through the neighborhood, and then you mail to them every month. And then as you're talking to them and building relationship, you collect emails, and there's a free service called MailChimp. Okay. That gives you up to 2,000 contacts that you can mail to. Right. And so you start building your touches from different mediums through all these people. But that's just one strategy. There's so many strategies. You can do Facebook advertising for listings, Facebook advertising for buyers. Anytime you get a sign or a listing and you put your for sale sign, just know that whenever someone lists their property, there's at least 2 other, sometimes 3 other homes right surrounding that listing you have that's going to come up for sale in the next 60 to 90 days. It's uncanny. You get a listing. So what you should do is go and introduce yourself to the neighborhood and say, hey, my name's Matthew Stewart. I'm the listing agent for 123 Main Street, just around the corner. I don't know if you know your neighbors or not, but they chose me out of 4 agents because of my aggressive marketing programs. And I wanted to let you know, give you the first chance to come and view the property, or I wanted to let you know that we have a virtual tour that we are creating, and I can send it to you directly so you can be the first one to see it before the general public does. Would you like me to send that to you exclusively since you are a neighbor? And all I'm doing that for, you guys, is to get their email. I want to build my email list so that I can touch them. So hopefully that answers. I mean, I could do a whole training for, hours and hours in regards to accumulating listings and so on, because there's so many different methods that you can do that. And then I'm not sure about this question. How much is Prime Rose Estate in Lecky? So looks like that's all the questions there.
I think that's more for me. So the person asking that, kindly do a mail to info@gtexhomes. Our team will get back to you. If you have any more questions for Matthew Stewart, let's know. Our next session speakers are here already. Matthew, can we all just clap for Matthew? Everybody, I need a clap sound. Come on. Clap for him. One of the reasons why I wanted him to speak is that I know I have a huge following in the UK and the US. Most of them are Nigerians, but they're diaspora. And many have always asked questions, how do I get into real estate brokerage in the US or in the UK? And that's why we make sure we have speakers from the US and also the UK and Dubai, because we have a lot of Nigerians in diaspora operating in those markets. So guys, clap for Matthew if you believe you've gotten so much value. Okay, I can see people clapping. So you did a good job.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. I know you're on schedule, so I'll say goodbye for now, but let's keep in touch.
I will ask one more question before,
okay.
And that's for those who probably are just entering the US and they want to go into property brokerage. What are the process? Just a quick 1-2 minutes process for somebody to become a property broker in the US. And
okay,
do they need the US to become a broker in the US?
Yeah, good question. So there's two designations in America. There's a real estate agent and then a broker. A real estate agent's license has to have their license underneath a broker. A broker is a higher level of license and testing. So the first step would be you got to get your real estate license. There are some qualifications for you to jump straight to being a broker. But actually now in the last couple of years, they made it a little tougher. You have to have 2 years of experience before you can go to straight to the broker's license. So you would start out as a real estate agent. There's some required classes that you have to take and pass. And then from there, you would sign up depending on what state that you are going to. Every state is different in regards to their qualifications and their testings and so on. But there's a lot of different online real estate schools. You could literally sign up and be studying and taking the various classes. I think there's at least 3 that are required. You can pass those online now, and then that gets you approved to go ahead and fill out the application and pay the money to go take the state testing. And then from there, you'd have 2 years of experience, and then you could put in to have your broker's license. And a broker's license allows you to have many, many real estate agents, or an office of agents, if you will, or a virtual office of agents. So for example, I'm a real estate broker and I am expanding business all across America. We just brought on a gentleman out in Baltimore, Maryland. I have a gentleman up in Canada that's growing a large team, and so on, United Kingdom as well. I'm talking to people in South Africa. We're not open there yet, but it looks like things are going to move that direction. So yeah, hopefully that helps and answers your question, Stephen.
Okay. I know there's a program now that you guys are working on for people to be able to, make money referring people and all of that. Some of those, I know, like I said, we're going to do a webinar one of those days. So does that help people to still be able to sell properties in the US even without a license?
Well, they wouldn't be able to collect a referral fee or money compensation if they're not licensed. Yeah. So if somebody from Nigeria said, hey, my brother is in Sacramento and he wants to sell his house, I wouldn't be able to compensate them through a referral fee agreement unless they were licensed, because I could get in trouble. But there's certain different things that I can do, say thank yous, if you will, whether it be gift cards or, we can work certain things out to give them a thank you. But if they are licensed,
they can be paid, just that it won't be in the name of it's a payment for brokerage. Rather, it will come in form of a gift.
Yeah. Well, there's certain things you can work around in that regard. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So. No problem. Thank you so much, Matthew, for coming around and sharing with our people. The last time you were in Nigeria, were you given a title? Because I feel like giving you a title now.
I was. I have a. I have. Oh, what is it now? Well, go ahead. Maybe it'll be the same. I'm trying to remember what my night. I have three Nigerian names, and Ikechukwu, the power something. I've forgotten it. I got to go back in my journal.
Okay, maybe we'll give you. I'm thinking of something Yoruba. We should give you a title. Chieftaincy title.
He said his name.
His name is Ikechukwu.
Ikechukwu. Yeah, Ikechukwu. So now your next speaker, I'm wondering if I know him. I saw him briefly.
Itai Ogunyemi, you want to come up, Mr. Itai? We have Adeyinka also, then we have Abimbola. Where are you guys? But I know
my apologies. Lovely session there. Some of us sat down here and we followed the session. So it's usually thrilling to have foreigners having local names and all of that. So I was just looking forward to ensuring that we give him a Yoruba name as well, because I'm jealous for the fact that he has a Kechuku and we've not given him Adewale and
Oluwale.
Olaolu. Is that?
I'm trying to. I got to go back in my journal and remember. I know
we will give you one.
Thank you so much. So I mean, we'll be in touch. We might likely have a general panel session, on the third day, Matthew. So I may have you come back.
Yeah, we'll see if I can fit it in my schedule. So anyway, thank you again. I appreciate it. I don't want to take any more time, and have a great rest of your day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Okay, guys, our next session is a panel session. We're having Barrister Itayo Oguyemi. We're having Adeyinka also who is joining us. And then we're supposed to have the third person. He's based in Dubai, because like I said, we wanted to give this a global perspective. One of the things I noticed is Nigerians immigrate a lot. By the way, you guys can pull up your screen, as well as put off your audio, because it's your turn now. Nigerians immigrate a lot. They travel all over the world. And I realized that one of the basic challenges we face is we struggle to be able to become entrepreneurs in some of these countries, because we never had the exposure of what some of these other things require. So it becomes really difficult for a lot of people. And that's why we're beginning to have this. Both Nigerians in diaspora could learn how to go into property brokerage, challenges in the industry, how to build wealth in the industry, how to overcome even what COVID-19 has brought our way. And so we have somebody joining us shortly from Dubai. But at the moment, we have Barrister Itayo. How are you, sir? Good to see you today.
Thank you. I'm doing fine.
You really? This looks like you're in the US or somewhere.
I'm at one corner of my office.
Really? You look good. I like that.
Thank you.
And we have Adeyinka, amazing. I mean, she's into many things. Expert in customer service, expert in digital marketing, expert in property brokerage. I mean, she has many caps. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm fine, and you?
Awesome. I'm good. How's the family, your children?
Thank the Lord. We are all fine.
Amazing. Good to see you, man. Thank you for joining.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So I'm going to first give you a couple of minutes to introduce yourself, what you do, your company, your brand, as they say, ladies first. So we're going to start with you.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adeyinka Ekinoba, and I say I'm a media consultant and a real estate advisor, CEO of AIG Media Pro, and I can also say I'm a serial entrepreneur. I have so many companies. I have a construction company. I'm one of the directors at Cited Partnership Nigeria Limited. So basically, media consultant and real estate advisor.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you for joining. Next person, Barrister Itayo.
Okay, first, good afternoon, Mr. Stephen. Good afternoon, Madam Adeyinka. And good afternoon, as many that are joining in Nigeria. Good morning to some parts of the country, the world. Good evening. It's just nice to be here and to share from our wealth of knowledge and experience. My name is Itayo Oguyemi. I am the lead counsel for Law Accent. At Law Accent, we do business advisory, we do real estate advisory as well. We broker deals. We also mediate. We arbitrators. We negotiate. We are relationship managers. You could just put it that way. So I will be very happy this today to share from my years of dealing in that field. Once again, good day, everybody.
Okay, awesome. Mrs. Adeyinka, I think you need to work on your earpiece. It's giving us an environmental noise. That's why I had to mute you. If you can work on it, I think maybe the earpiece. Okay, our third guest is in the building. Is Abimbola Joseph. Look, so let's just have him introduce himself. Yes, Mr. Joseph, go ahead. He's joining us from Dubai.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'm sorry I got an emergency, so I had to make this call. Greet everyone in here. Mr. Itayo, Mr. Stephen, thanks for this opportunity. Mrs. Adeyinka, my greetings to you all and everyone who is participating in this conference. I am Abimbola Joseph. I'm a realtor and an entrepreneur for a couple of years now, and I'm glad to be among one of the panelists here today. So thank you for this opportunity once more, Mr. Stephen.
Amazing. You're welcome, and it's good to have you, and a big thank you for joining us. And I want to thank the three of you for deciding to come share. One unique thing why I personally recommended you guys that you all have amazing wealth of experience in this area. You've made good money in real estate, and you've also faced challenges in that sector. Now, I want to start with, again, ladies first. Mrs. Adeyinka, I hope our earpiece is better now. What are the 2, 3, 4, 5 things everyone wants to go into real estate, the property broker? What are the things you really need to put in place to prevent themselves from really experiencing challenges in this sector? What are the things that kind of give you a smooth sail in this business? Let's start from there.
Okay, that's a very nice question, Mr. Steven. And I'm going to be talking based on personal experiences and based on my rapport with over 10,000 realtors in Lagos. The basic thing is product knowledge. If you want to go into real estate sales, real estate, we can categorize it also as a product. So the first thing you need to do as a realtor or as a real estate agent is you must have 100% knowledge about what you want to sell. You can't sell what you don't know. That is number one. So let's assume you are selling burial estate. You want to sell burial estate to clients. You must know everything about what that estate offers before you can sell it. That is number one, product knowledge. Number two is, there's a way I coin it, passion for what you are doing. Passion in the sense that you also as a person believe in the real estate world, not that you are in the business because of the money aspect. You must believe in it as an individual. I've seen people that will say they are into real estate, they are selling land in Lagos, but they can't invest in.
And that's a key
Lagos.
one.
They can't buy land in Lagos, and you are selling it.
True.
Yeah, for me, I believe in psychology of sales, and I train about it all the time. When you are convincing a client to buy a particular property, convincing a client or marketing real estate goes beyond what you can say with your mouth. It goes to your physical expression. It goes to what the client can feel or perceive in what you are saying. So if you are in the business for money's sake, if you are selling a product for 1 million naira, and as a realtor, your commission on that product is 100,000 naira, If that is what is in your head, the moment you are marketing or you are convincing a client, the client will hear you clearly saying 1 million, but what the client is feeling and perceiving is 100,000. So the client is already worried of you, and something will just tell the client that something is not adding up. He will not be able to place it, but something within him is telling him that something is not adding up. So go into the business with passion for the business, that you believe that real estate is one of the best business in the world that you can go into. Then again, number 3 is consistency. Rome was not built in a day. If you want to venture into real estate, you must not venture with the mind that, oh, in my first month I must make sale, second month I must make sale. No, you must keep doing it. Even when a farmer wants to go to the farm to farm, everything has a time frame. You must farm, you must plant before you sow. So consistency is key. And another 4th one that I will talk about is your dignity. Is very, very important. Dignity and professionalism is very, very important in carrying out our dealings, especially in the real estate world. And why I say dignity or professionalism is because in the past few years or in the past few decades, companies didn't really come up to say they are real estate companies. What people deal with, or who people deal with, are who we call the omoniles, like the traditional owners, like the landowners. And survey and research has proven to us that in the good old days, 80% of the omoniles or traditional owners are not straightforward, where they sell one plot for 10, 20 people. So people began to, they were skeptical about buying. A lot of people were discouraged. But now with the advent of real estate companies, real estate brokers, real estate agents, we are supposed to build confidence in people that, you are not buying from a monile, you are buying from a limited liability company, you are buying from a developer, you are buying from a real estate company. And we sell professionalism, not, like the average person on the street. I hope I've answered your question.
Awesome. Come on, guys. Can we clap for her if you've had a great time? Come on, just clap for her. You know the clap sign. Amazing. The next person that is going to be answering this from a legal perspective is Barrister Itayo. If I want to become a property broker now, from the legal perspective, what are the 2-3 things I need to do to be able to have a smooth sale?
Okay, thank you for that question. To go straight to the point, I learned a lot from what the speaker just said. Now, the first thing I will mention is you need to be a knowledge seeker. It's very crucial. And this cuts across different states. It cuts across different localities. It cuts across even different countries. You need knowledge. For instance, you need knowledge about town planning. You need knowledge about the location of the property. You need knowledge generally about the business. You need basic knowledge of the law. At the root of everything said so far is a basic knowledge of the law. There are laws that govern relationships. So you're talking about what kind of protective clauses should you have in your documentation, or at least in your negotiation? What kind of protective clauses should you have? Are you going to be having your documentation clauses, for instance, like in negotiation clauses you have, maybe how you want to structure your payments and all of that? So knowledge is very crucial. And the knowledge I mean is a basic knowledge of the law as it relates to property transactions. Now, the second thing I will mention, which is on a broad scale, is you need to have guts. This might come very, very funny, but I'll tell you from years of experience dealing in that sector, brokering deals and structuring deals and all of that, if you do not have sufficient guts, you might be kicked out as a weakling.
Sure.
And to help add to that point, if your knowledge is also one of the things that will build your guts. If you do not have that knowledge, you may find it difficult to have confidence in what you are doing. Is very crucial. I would like to stop at those 2 points, while I also, stay in agreement with what the earlier panelists mentioned. Thank you.
Awesome. Come on, guys. Again, can we clap for Barrister Ita? Just type, thank you, Barrister. Thank you, Barrister. I'm enjoying this. And I feel that why one of the goals of the Global Property Brokers Conference is to sanitize the industry. Some of what we're saying now, some people never learned about it and they became a broker. It was just the issue of, oh, wow, I get million, and that's why things, for some people didn't work out. And that's why many are not even consistent in the business. Now, Mr. Abimbola Joseph, if I want to become a property broker in Dubai, what are the requirements? I mean, you've had almost 10 years experience there. So can you tell us about the things we should do if I want to market in Dubai, to have a smooth sale and also protect myself anyway as a broker? Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah,
Okay,
I just did.
You
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah, the first is you need to have, you need to contact someone who works with a developer. Like I work with Tiger developers in Dubai. So you need to contact someone who works with a developer in Dubai, not a broker in Dubai. Then after contacting the person is going to put you through registration process, because all brokers are expected to register either individual brokers or a company. So if it is a corporate broker, then you need to send your company details, your CAC, your license number, your certificate of incorporation, your account details, and so on. Then that is the registration stage. After the registration, then we go ahead with training. Most times we do online training, and if peradventure the broker is lucky enough, because we go for a lot of business trips, then in such business trips we go down there to train the staff. The staff, all the realtors in the company, we train them on ways to go, the product knowledge, how to pitch Dubai properties to a client, the benefits or why should you invest in Dubai, and so on. So those are the key processes for someone to join as a corporate broker. For individual, once you contact, let's say someone like me, then the next thing is to get your details as well, your passport details, your address, your account details. Then we can do one-on-one meeting, then discuss some ways, share some brochures and everything, and give you some product knowledge as well. Then after then, when you have any clients or anything, you can take it from there.
Virtually? Can this be done virtually?
Yes.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I advise, like we've done before, Mr. Steven, I advise individual brokers to go through companies like yours as well. It's better because they get more commission than coming directly to us as individual brokers. So mostly I advise brokers, if you want to work with us, fine, you can actually, but you get more money working through a company, a corporate organization, than contacting us directly.
Okay, fantastic. So what he's saying for those of us listening, Dubai
there are companies who are registered with different developer as a company. And
As a
so
company,
going through those people to become a broker could help you earn more commission. By the way, some of you don't know, we're a registered company in Dubai, and we're into brokerage in properties in Dubai with Emma, name all of them. My next question will be again to Mrs. Adeyinka. We've had situations where brokers have been arrested by police because they sold properties that the client couldn't reach or access the company. And in the Nigerian case, I'm excited to listen to Mr. Itayo's version of this. Okay, in Nigeria, your biggest crime is to be small, right? If you are small thing, they just carry you. And my experience wasn't even a police experience over 10 years ago, but was an experience of harassment from a customer. I remember I marketed for a company then. And before you know, the lady did not get her document on time. And I was the one she came to harass. Literally, if I one day in public, she started shouting, I'm not kidding you. People gathered, like, what happened? I said, but you didn't pay to me. You bought from a company, you didn't transfer to my account. You paid to a company. I didn't know. And the sentiment, the emotion, thank God we resolved it in public. But we have had cases where people even were arrested, detained. I know in Nigeria, unfortunately, they hide under the criminal justice system. So what the police do, instead of stating that is a civil issue, they will say it's a criminal issue. And which is hopefully some of those things that can be corrected in Nigerian law. The judge will not ask for evidence that there was a criminal process here. And so you just be remanded just like that. And they've used that as a tool to have, affected a whole lot of people. Of course, at the end of the day, when the judge realizes it's a civil matter, the case is dismissed. But people who want to treat you badly have used that to humble you or to do whatever. How do brokers, I mean, you guys have been in this for long, prevent being in this kind of position? You need to unmute yourself. Let me see if I can mute you.
Okay. I hope everyone can hear me. And
if you guys can hear, can you type? You can
yes,
but I can hear you.
Especially to the realtors. And I want to be very, very emphatic about this, because when we talk about real estate and real estate sales, I like to describe myself as the girl on the street that feels the pulse of people, both the developers I'm working with and the client. One thing I want all realtors to know is that as a realtor, you must protect yourself as an individual. And I want to believe that Barrister Itayo will agree with me on this. One sure way to protect yourself is for you to have a registered limited liability company with the CAC, so that when there is an issue, they are not having issue with Adeyinka Igbinoba as an individual. They are having issue with my company, which is a limited liability company. Please quote me. I am not saying business name. I am not saying ventures. I am not saying enterprise. I am saying a limited liability company. Because you know something, my fellow realtors, the company you are working for, they've protected themselves because they are limited liability company. And another thing I want us to know as realtors is, for you to say, I want to sell for a particular company, as an individual, do your due diligence. I have done severally, and I'm going to give an example of an estate that called me to sell for them. And I told them that, number one, before I will sell for you, I must know the MD of the company. We must have a conversation. Let me know what the company's goal and visions are. Then I collected the documents of this particular estate at Ibejuleki. I went to Alausa to go and chat it. Lo and behold, you know what I was told at Alausa? The particular document they gave me was belonging to another property at Magodo.
Wow. Wow.
So when that happened, I had to come back to the company and I said, excuse me, the people coming through me to buy from you believes in me more than you. Forget the fact that you are a company and that I am just a realtor. My reputation is at stake and I cannot sell this property. And I told my fellow realtors that I knew they were selling that property. And before you know it, they called a conference, they called a meeting, they settled the realtors, and they kept selling. So your dignity and your professionalism as an individual matters. Do your due diligence as a realtor before you can ask a client to come and buy through you. And when they are buying, let them know that they are buying through your own company. You should be a partner to the real estate company that you are marketing or you are selling for as a realtor, so that when push comes to shove, they will know that, oh, they bought through a company. It's now a company versus the client, not Adeyinka Igbinoba versus the client. Do you understand?
Fantastic. This is amazing. Awesome. Awesome. Come on, guys. If you like this type, awesome. Awesome. I love this contribution. But I say, Itayo, your turn. Let's have the
Thank
legal
you. Thank you, Mr. Denka. Very lovely. And I agree with you on all sides. I just also had, before I come into my contributions, just to add to the explanation about ensuring that you register a limited liability company, because a number of people might be wondering that what's really about it. Is the fact that when you register a business name, it is you choosing to do business in another name other than yourself. So technically speaking, it is still you, nothing different. But when you register a limited liability company, you just give birth to something that has a life of its own. So it's capable of living on its own. It's capable of taking charge of its own obligations, assets, and liabilities. You can buy properties in the name of your limited liability company, but you can't buy it in the name of your business name, because a business name is not a legal person. A limited liability company is otherwise referred to as an artificial person. Now, having mentioned that, the first input that will come from me regarding that analysis, that question of how do you protect yourself, is to mention that as much as possible, you need to invest in documentation. A lot of brokers, a lot of property brokers, they perhaps because of the need to get the deal done soon enough, they let go of proper documentation. And at the end of everything, then it matters. A client once said, get the other person to sign an agreement while everyone is still laughing. Because when everybody stops laughing, it will be too late to get anybody to sign an agreement. So it's usually crucial. And, the world is moving fast. You can leverage on technology. You have no reason not to have email. We're not saying send letters like the olden days when you are sending love letters. No. We are saying that there are a whole lot of platforms you can use. Even WhatsApp is a form of documentation.
Yeah.
We have built clients based on conversations on WhatsApp. So as much as possible, your first rule should be ensure it is in a form, in a written form. That should be your first rule. And then the second point I would mention is really more about encouraging listeners to find a way to make relevance out of today's session. Years back, we used to represent a professional body, which I'm sure that even most of you will not know is a professional body. The professional body's name is Association of Professional Printers of Nigeria, ASPON. Now, those people were able to form a bond and push at the level of the National Assembly to have printers become recognized as professional printers. They were able to do this based out of, born out of the unity that which they worked. And today, even though their next the next challenge is implementing that law. But you agree with me that they are a step ahead. So what's the difference between professional printers in Nigeria and chartered accountants or legal practitioners? Really, I will tell you that there isn't really much difference because they are professional, being that they are a statutory association. Lawyers, accountants are professionals because it's a statutory association. Now, I see no reason property brokers shouldn't be professionals because there is power in having trade unions that are not just recognized under the law, but are created by the law. It's a different thing to be recognized and different to be created. When you are created by the law, then you have a higher recognition than just being recognized by one government proclamation or something somewhere. So this is really a clarion call for property brokers, to put heads together and do something. For every of my sessions with property brokers, I would usually mention that because it looks as if that industry is overpopulated, and it looks as if the industry is porous. I think that's just the language. It looks as if the industry is porous. There is no standard. There is nothing. I listened to my fellow panelists, talking about how to get into the business in Dubai. Now there is a level of standard there. I listened to, I think Michael, I listened to the speaker before this panel session, talking about a whole lot of things. Now that is where we need to get, and this is not a Nigerian problem. It's a problem that cuts across many African countries, and we need to get back to the roots, come together, and do what we need to do by ensuring that the National Assembly or the legislative chambers, they do something to recognize that institution, and then we begin to create standards of what a broker should do as different from what an agent should do, and ensure that both of them, they have their recognition and are no longer just seen as people that don't have work or did not go to school.
Even Mrs. Adenka is clapping for you. I'm happy that there are 3 people who are going to be at this event, and I'm going to mention what you have said again to them. Mrs. Funke Kende is coming up after this session. She has one of the largest bodies of realtors. We have Tony Aspire, who also coordinates another large number of realtors, is also going to be here. We have another guy, Freeman, also has about 30,000 body of realtors. I think this is a challenge to them to come have a sit down and come together and put something together. And I agree with you because I was still having a meeting yesterday or 2 days ago with the chairman of Caterpillar Association in Lagos, and how the guy was telling me the moves they are making. And the point, he convinced us to register with them, even though we are the one bringing job for them. That with 50,000, you register with us, you get 5% discount anytime you are using Caterpillar, for your work. Some level of structure is beginning to put, and they are connecting everywhere. They have relationship with the government and things like that. And these are people who are not as educated. An average realtor in Nigeria is a graduate. Average realtor. But these are Caterpillar people who don't, many of them didn't go to school, but they are organizing themselves. So thank you so much, Barrister Ita, for that pointer. Unfortunately, time is not our friend. Let's have Mr. Bimbola. What are the things, I don't think there's an arrest issue in Dubai, but I've had situations where people meet a broker, they pay for a property, later they realize that property didn't even exist. I know one of my mates who made a deposit over $10,000, and I warned her anyway, but she didn't listen to me. The next time she went to Dubai, even that office didn't exist. Tried the number of the broker, disappeared. So what are the things in the Dubai market that as a broker you need to do to prevent yourself from falling into fraudulent developers and also protecting yourself? You are muted. You are muted. I know. I guess you just got home.
No, I just got to Abu Dhabi. I'm still going back to Dubai.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah. Am I on now?
Yes, you're on. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So the first thing is I'm going to use a case study here. A company called Force Group, the Force Group. You know, they came into Nigeria, presented a lot, deceived our people, and our people now once they see white man, and that is all. So, and they scammed Nigerians with the tune of about $200 million. $200 million, yeah. Is it million dollars? It's still in the news. Check online. I think it's $1 billion. Imagine Nigeria, $200 billion. Where is that money? Just imagine if we had invested that money in our country, And now, one of the things is this: they never had a building of theirs in their name. They just rented 3 floors, and they sold even more than those who are the real developers because they had a strategy. They know how to catch Africans, and they did it. Now, the second thing is in Dubai, you need someone you trust. As at then, now is even far more structured, so such things don't happen anymore. But these are things that happened. These were things that happened 2 years ago, even 2 years ago. Yeah, we still had it 2 years ago. Where like I know the case of who Mr. Steven just talked about now, and in such scenario, the offer was too juicy, so you also need to be careful with very juicy offer. Mr. Steven, please can we just go to the next person? I'm so sorry. Just give me 5 minutes, Ejo, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I made the next question, and I think this will be
Mercy.
Panel.
Me,
let
brother.
me see. This will be the the life of someone in Dubai. It's okay. But next question really is and I think, how do individual brokers scale up? And you can also add some of your advice, final advice, because this is the last set of questions because of time. How do property brokers scale up? Because yes, you now start selling, let's say, 10 plots in a month or 20 plots in a month. Is that the end? How do you scale up? You started very small, and today now, you build empire around what you do. So let's start with you, Mr. Adeyinka. How do people begin to scale up?
Okay, my fellow realtors, as a realtor, I'm going to give you like 2 or 3 tips that will make you keep being in business. The first one is personalize your pitch. Personalize your pitch or personalize your approach. And what that means is that, like I've always told every realtor I meet, for every client talking to you about a particular property, have it in mind that that particular client is talking to 5 other realtors. So what do you do to make that client buy from you and not buy from another person? That is what I mean by personalize your pitch. And in a layman term, what I mean is that the moment a client is talking to you, build a relationship. Go on your own. Use the app that you have to know more about that client, so that when you are talking to that client, you are talking more like a friend, because you have known so much about that client that he didn't divulge to you. So take, for instance, Barita Itayo called me, and with the true caller on my phone, I've picked it that his name is Itayo Ogunyemi. The moment he is dropping, I'm going to Google, I'm going to several other apps to go to Facebook, Instagram, know what he does, see his family member, see his location, see his profession and everything. Know what he likes from what he does not like. So the next time he's calling me, I will say, "Oh, Sal, how do you feel being a lawyer? What are the challenges?" And he will look at me and say, "Oh, I think, how do you know I'm a lawyer?" And I will say, "Well, I've done my homework, I've done my due diligence." You know, if he is the kind of person that puts his family on Facebook, I'll just say, oh, how is your daughter? She so much looks like you. And he will be like, how do you know my daughter, madam? So he will be comfortable with me that I am like a friend. Then, apart from that, as a realtor, when I say build relationships, is the only thing that will make you keep being in business is you sell the benefits, not the features. What I mean about selling the benefits is that the features are everywhere. Oh, 600 square meters, there's perimeter fencing, central sewage system. They've heard that several times. So you need to start selling the benefits of those things. Oh, sir, don't buy from Omonile. These are the advantages if you buy from the real estate company. Sir, buy from this estate that will give you water. These are the advantages. So the moment you keep selling the benefits and the moment you build relationships, the person will see you as a friend and will likely refer you to other members of his family, his colleagues that want to sell, that wants to buy. And the person will refer you as, oh, this is my friend. He's into real estate. It's different from meet Adeyinka, she's into real estate. So if Mr. Stephen can tell Barrister Itayo now that, oh, meet Adeyinka Igbinoba, she's my friend, she's into real estate. Me, Barrister Itayo will know that, oh, for Adeyinka to be Stephen's friend, Stephen has done his own due diligence. So Adeyinka is a good person. Unlike saying, meet Adeyinka, she's into real estate. So as a realtor, personalize your pitch and build relationships.
Amazing. Come on, guys. Can we clap for her? Everybody, come on, let's do this. Let's clap for her. Awesome. Barrister Ita, I don't know whether you want to, if there are legal things to do to scale up, why not? Let us know.
Well, so there is even the concept of the law starts from relationship. If I exist on an island alone, I don't need law. so I would say from the background of law, I would zero it on one point: leveraging. You need to learn to leverage. Years back, there's something that we have been doing as a law firm. Now, one of our key strengths is that we are research inclined. And for that fact, we usually would go about in business entities, doing trainings for business executives, who go even to vocational institutes and all of that. Now, the point I'm bringing out is a lot of our clients have leveraged on that skill set, and they've leveraged on it to grow their business. So, you're starting your real estate firm, or you even just want to scale it, and you know that every other person may be selling the same land, but they are not giving some value-added services. What is that thing you can leverage on? You can leverage on your network. You can have accountants within your network you are inviting to come and talk to your prospect clients. You can have lawyers to come and talk to your prospect networks. Leveraging. And it's not just about them doing the training for your prospects alone. In the course of that, you tend to learn as well. I will tell you that Mr. Adeyinka has said a couple of things that I had to remind myself of. Now, that is the power of being a part of it. So when you leverage, you don't just leave it, you have to be a part of it. It's just like you having a free MBA session. You have to be a part of it. So leveraging is very key. Leverage to get your deals done, leverage to build your client base, leverage to do everything. Life is about leverage. Let me end it there. Thank you.
Wow. Come on, guys. Can we clap for them? This has been a wonderful session, and I really want to say a big thank you for coming. I think we need to do this conference more than once a year. because it's deepening the conversation and the truths are being expressed here. I wish I'd been part of a conference like this, many years ago, even before becoming a property broker. I probably would have had better understanding of a thing or two. I want to also add here, please don't let customers pay into your personal account as a broker. These are also some of the, even sometimes, even your corporate account, still insist they pay to the company direct and let the company pay you your own commission. Brokers, we say they are helping customers change their money. They're in the US, so they send the money to their account, they go to bureau de change. All these things, be wary of them. In fact, one of the things that has helped me when I used to be a broker was that, because the evidence are there that you didn't pay directly to my account. So I was just, a broker, a middleman in this context. So make sure you are transparent, and like has been said, documentation, right? Print out your customer receipt, have record for each of your customer personally so that you know what they paid, how they paid. Tell them to always send you a copy of whatever transaction they are having with the company. Make sure you also introduce them to the company. I know many brokers who do not introduce their customers to the company, and this is also why they have problems. So the customer almost felt they were dealing directly with you, as against that, no, I'm just a representative, I'm a broker of this company, So let's and some of the things that has been mentioned, register your company as a limited liability company as you grow. Of course, you can start as an individual, but make sure you over time register so that even your commission is paid to a registered company. So that has a strong way of protecting you. And Nigeria is unfortunate the way things work in this part of the world, where even the police does not know civil matter. They don't know. They don't know that I want to buy from you, you want to sell, I'm a broker. Most of those issues are civil. Transactional issues are often civil. I agree, I don't agree. Customer care, no customer care. These are civil issues. But we'll get there. And that's also why the body is important. Because if there's a body, it will protect members. And, people who are literally rotting in jail, in prison because of just being a broker, things like this can be avoided when there's a strong institution and a body to protect people. A big thank you again, Ms. Adeyinka, for coming. Any final words, as well as Vice Editor, your final words quickly.
Okay, just keep on pushing, Wilton. Be consistent. There's light at the end of the tunnel. No matter how long you've been doing this, if there has been no sales, if there has been no lead for 6 months, sit down, go back to the drawing table, re-strategize, use all the technologies available to you, and relaunch. And believe you me, you will smile.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much for that. Yes, Vice Editor.
Okay, so my personal, my final word is going to be driven from my personal understanding about this business, this profession which you are in. I've always known that before the course was the blessing, and the blessing had to do with the blessing of land. Land was given to us. So if you catch it, if you get the insights in what I'm saying, it's just that business that you shouldn't struggle with, because it was given to us before anything. So it's for you to catch the point in what I just said. Thank you for having me, Mr. Kitaya.
Wow. Come on, guys. Can we all say thank you to Mrs. Adeyinka? Just type thank you, Mrs. Adeyinka. Thank you, Barrister Itai. Everybody, can we type thank you, whether you're watching on Facebook or Instagram or Periscope, or you're live here with us on Zoom? Just keep typing thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. While we're waiting for Mrs. Kainde, I don't know whether she's here already. I need to see her video. If you have a question for the two of them, we lost Mr. Bimbo from Dubai. He's always a busy man, so that one I know. If you have any question for them, you can ask. If you have any question, Mrs. Funkeke, and I need to see your video. You can still mute yourself, but I need to see your video to be sure you're ready for us. Okay. Yes, I know you're here. I just need to see your video. Turn on your video. I can see people saying thank you. I don't know whether you guys can see the comment section here on Zoom.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, we're all grateful. I'm sure there's that people have learned on Facebook also. I can see a lot of thank you everywhere. Everybody just say thank you. Okay. So once again, God bless you. Thank you for taking out your busy schedule and coming to add value to everybody. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, our next guest is here. I'm meeting her for the first time, but our news has gone far and wide, you know. And our name is Global, like they say, you know, and yes, and we're far behind time. So I'm going to allow you about 30 minutes to do your session, then I'll come back to take questions, anybody who has questions. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mrs. Kehinde, okay, MDC Brilliant Concept Realtors. Please take it away.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
We can all hear you very well. Guys, you can comment so that I hope you can see the comment section, the chat session, so that you can see them when they comment.
Yes, I can.
Okay, beautiful. Please take it away. God bless you. Thank you for coming. God bless you.
I can thank you for this opportunity to be able to be at the conference and to talk. My name is Funke Kehinde. I'm the MD of Brilliant Concepts. And also, I'm also the president of a large real estate marketing group called Real Estate Millionaires, right? We are realtors doing and selling real estate the proper way, professional way. So I'm talking about prospecting during the pandemic. Now, there are a couple of things that you as a realtor need to do this period to sell in this pandemic that we have upon us. Number one, the first thing you need to recognize is that everybody is going through something at this time. Some have lost their jobs. Some got a pay cut in their offices. Some are even depressed. Can you still hear me? I can't see. Okay. Some are even depressed at this point in time. So whatever you are trying to sell to anybody now, especially real estate, you need to consider one very important factor, and that is empathy. When you are talking to them, you need to use empathy, right, to communicate with them. You can't call someone the same way you used to call them when there was no pandemic. You cannot communicate to them the same way you communicated with them when there is no pandemic. Now you have to realize that, oh, there's a problem. Everybody that has money right now is mindful of what they are spending that money on. So if you want them to buy a capital project like real estate, you need to be mindful of how you communicate this particular time. I'll give you a scenario. You're talking to a client about buying a house, or the reason why he needs to buy a house, a flat, a terrace, a duplex right now. You will not come from the angle of, oh, rental income. That may not be what you need right now, right? You can come from the angle of, oh, sir, this COVID matter, this pandemic in town, everybody is now running home. The lockdown is saying everybody should stay at home. Give the clients reasons why a home is the most important thing right now. Why shelter is the most important thing right now. So coming from that angle, it's easier to communicate with them rather than, oh, you need to buy it now, get rental income. So when communicating with your clients now, dear realtors, you need to sell to them with empathy. Try and relate what is going on in the world right now to the reason why they need to buy that product in real estate that you are selling. Secondly, your content now has to change. If you are selling on Instagram, selling on LinkedIn, on social media, everyone talking to them, cold calling, one-on-one, the content you are passing out now has to change. If you used to pass out or churn out shabby content before. You need to go and start reading more now. Your content that you push out now will determine to a large extent what your sales will be. Now, so look around, be more creative. Don't just churn out shabby content right now. Be more creative, read books, Google, check other world-class realtor pages, and get good content that you can use this period. Number 3, if you were not consistent before now in your business, if you were not persistent, this is the time to be persistent. If you were showing up for marketing, maybe on your page, maybe once in a week before, show up 3 times a day now. Because right now, there are a lot of things competing for that attention. People that are scared, people that are depressed, people that are thinking of how am I going to survive, people that are thinking of their jobs that they lost, people that are thinking of paper, they're thinking of so many, they're thinking of how to protect themselves and their family from even the COVID-19 itself. So for you to be relevant this period, you need to show up more than you used to. Show up every day. Churn out content. Churn out things that they can relate with. This is not the time to go slow or you say you want to relax. This is the time to push more. Because guess what? Even those people are fine. I'm in my office and since morning I have been confirming payments. That's the honest truth. I've been busy all morning confirming payments of one property or the other. Let's not deceive ourselves. People are buying property right now, even more than it was before. I'm a realtor and I know what I'm saying. Our sales has increased. My personal sales, my team sales has increased since this, after the ease of lockdown, sales are skyrocketed. That still people now understand or they now realize why they need a home. I did a video recently and I was talking about clients in diaspora that before when they want to come to Nigeria, they're like, oh, I'll stay at my brother's house, I'll stay at my sister's house. It's just 2 weeks. Now, if you're coming from the abroad, don't be surprised that they will not open the door for you. Which further goes to buttress the fact that you need your own. So these are even some of the content that you can use to sell, especially to clients abroad, right? It's just about looking for content that they can relate with at this point in time, considering what is happening all over the world right now. So be persuasive, be creative. Another thing you can do, which I'm happy that most of the real estate companies are doing right now, is that you need to understand that, okay, this is going on right now. People are going through a phase. How can I help my clients? One of the ways you can help your clients right now is to give discounts. As a developer, give discounts. The developer, give longer payment plan. As a realtor, if you can, there's nothing stopping you from also giving your clients further discounts. Right? When the developer says, oh, okay, I can do this amount of discounts for this period, everybody knows what is going on. You on your own can say, sir, just so to make it easy for you, I can also give you this extra percentage of discount. I've done that a lot recently and it has helped my sales. Human beings actually we love our roof, right? So even if it is 1% more discounts, you'll be shocked at the amount of sales you will make just because you made that decision to give them extra discount. Another thing has helped me, and I know will help realtors in this period, is relationship. If you have been a realtor, that for you it was just, oh, buy, I get my commission, go. You may have problems now. But a realtor that has built relationship with your clients over time, and you're always checking up on them, you're always calling them, you're always sending them messages, then you have everything going rosy for you now. Because it won't be like you're just battling on them. You already created a relationship with them, which you just continue to nurture. And of course, it's easier for you, for someone that has a relationship to buy from you than a new stranger. I tell people all the time, there are no new clients like that outside. All we have is referrals. What we have more is clients that have bought one property before and they come back and say, oh, what do you have now? I would like to buy again. So keeping the relationship with all your clients, both new and old, is very important and will help you scale through this period. Right? So I've mentioned consistency, I've mentioned passion. You cannot overflow. I'm sure one or two other people that have mentioned passion today. Passion is what keeps you going. There are times you will not make a sale for a month. There are times you will not make a sale for 2 weeks. But what keeps you going? The passion for what you do. If you love what you do, even if you get a no from this particular client, you'll be hopeful. And because you have that passion, it burns inside you and you're like, oh, okay, I'm going to move on to the next one, right? Like I tell my people, you tell me no, fine, on to the next. Especially if you have good products. So it also still boils down to the kind of product you have to sell, right? So it boils down to a lot of things. What the product you are selling, how much of that product do you know? These are things that when you're talking to a client, you need to bamboozle the client. Like, I know what I'm saying. But when you're talking to the client, you're doing or he's asking something, and you're saying, oh, can I get back to you? It's easier for you to convert that lead to a client when you have all the information or most of the information, right? So persistence, be consistent, show up every day, show up daily, have empathy. Don't start off like you're all about the money, all about the commission, all about the sale. Let them realize that, oh, we are in this together. We are in this together. I understand, sir. In short, I hope you are keeping safe. There's when you complain to them, they'll feel, oh, this person actually cares about me and my family, actually cares about my safety in this period. You know, and of course, when they are coming for inspections and all, you have all the safety kits and all. It's just a way of passing the message that for me, it's not just about the sale, it's a total thing. So show empathy, be creative. Your content now should be 100% creative. In fact, people should read your content, and just by reading that content, they should make up their mind and say, oh, I want to buy. Even before seeing the property. So build relationship. Also very important. Be very, very close to your clients, especially this period. Be lenient on discounts. Luckily for us, most of the developers, I'm sure I saw something about you doing it, Mr. Steven. I saw something about you doing a discount some days ago to some of your properties, like 50%. That's a very good move. It will ease your clients off. And of course, because we humans, we like our move. Once they see that, oh, there is a discount somewhere, they want to quickly key in. So that can also help.
A lot of people key in. Sold out.
Yeah. So I said we did 15%, we did 20%, you know. I also gave personal discount on some documentation, did of assignments and all. It's just in a bid to increase sales. It's just a bid to say, oh, dear clients, we are in this together. We'll weather it together. This is my own little way of helping you weather this storm. And they really appreciate things like this, you know. So be lenient with discounts, payment plans, if you can, extend it a little bit. All of these things, if well practiced, will help any realtor prospect properly in this pandemic and achieve the results that they need.
Wow, come on guys, can you type wow, 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 everybody. I love that it's short and sharp, like pop. The energy we have heard from the female speakers today is amazing. Ms. Adeyinka and yourself, you could feel the fire there in your presentation. And that's true as to what you're saying. I mean, I could see, I follow you on social media, so I could see that you're selling amazingly well. And what you said is very true. People are selling even now more because somehow it's as if Nigerians in diaspora are just waking up to the fact that what was I doing all this while? I remember somebody reaching out to me from Italy and saying, I never, imagined that they'll cremate me. They said if I die from COVID-19, they'll cremate me. Like, so people are quite like, you know what? I need to have something at home. So this is a good season for brokers. So guys, if you have questions, feel free to type your question. And, and let's begin to take the questions that you have. I have a few questions here. Number one is, how do you, create trust as a property broker? How do you begin to create trust? Then the second question is, how do you balance between your own desire to make sales and, the tendency to also give customer what is right? Because sometimes you see, for example, some properties going for ridiculous cheap amount, and the developer cannot deliver what they have promised, even based on what they are even charging. But because, of course, customer wants it cheap, you are tempted to want to promote those kind of products. At the end of the day, the developer doesn't meet up, your integrity is at stake. So those are 2 questions. Please go ahead. Guys, if you have questions on Facebook, here on Zoom, please type your question. I will push it to her.
Okay. Trust. To answer your first question, trust. Trust, just like respect, is earned, is not forced. For you to build trust, you need to have been doing something consistently for a period of time. This is my 16th year, 1/6 of selling real estate. So I can say to an extent, I have clients that have followed me from day one up till now. And that is why for some of my clients, they don't even need to come for physical inspection. And that is why if you watch my videos, where I do my videos, I can do a video of 5, 6, 7 minutes. I will put all the details there. If I'm doing a video of a house, I show you all the angles. So that it's like you are having a virtual talk, right? So over the years of being consistent, that is very key. Be consistent and doing the same thing over and over and over. That has helped me to build the trust of my clients. When a client buys from you and is happy, he will tell 10 other people about you, right? So with that, your clientele base begins to increase. So trust is something you need to earn. It's not done in a day. For you to earn somebody's trust, you need to keep impressing them, keep saying that, oh, I'm still doing this job, oh, I've not stopped selling real estate, I'm still selling real estate. And you are accessible. Another thing I want us to tell realtors now is, I see some pages on Instagram, and I scroll through, and I don't even see the face of the realtor. How am I supposed to trust you? If you look at my page, you cannot go 2, 3 posts that's in my page. If I post now, the next one in my page, my picture, sorry. If I post now, next one. See, put your face out there. You know what that does? It tells your client that, oh, I'm not afraid. This is me. I'm not going anywhere. So that is one of the ways you can build trust. Consistency is the best way to build trust. That's for the first question. The second question was, how do you manage your sales and the kind of the product, the property, right? Like,
how do you balance between your desire to sell and because when you sell, you have to give them very cheap products, what they could afford, and the fact that such products sometimes might then not be the kind of product the customer need. The developer may not be able to meet up what they promised because they were selling too cheap, So how do you balance the need to give customer a very cheap product or very affordable property at the same time, not be able to analyze that, cheap buy now? Because we've seen situation by people sell certain things. At the end of the day, the developer couldn't meet up. And when you ask, how much did you buy it? And so it was obvious. He said, but customer wanted cheap stuff.
Yes, okay. First and foremost, I will start with land. For me and my, let's say, millionaires, before we touch any property, before we even go and look at it at all, we ask you for documents. We have two of our directors, of realms directors and lawyers, so we don't even have to go far. We have them within us. They do a thorough search, and I don't mean just paper documentation search. We go as far as reach the site with a surveyor, taking coordinates of the site and matching it in the system in Alausa. That is one. We also go as far as, oh, you said you bought this property from this community. We will go on our own to that community and ask questions. Do you know this person? Said he bought from you. Are you those that signed this deed of assignment? So we go that far, we do a thorough search. That's for land. For houses, within us, we have surveyors. We have quantity surveyors, QSs. So when a company says they want to build something, especially when it's off plan, we ask for your bill of quantities. Our surveyors sit down with you and calculate and see, oh, can you really achieve this project with this amount you are selling? Just 2 days ago, I'm president of REMS, like I said. 2 days ago, I turned down 2 developers. Because after they setting all their BOQ and everything, found that they cannot achieve what they want to do with the amount they want to sell. So they'll get stuck in it. There's no how. So I turned down to developers. And in Rams, we are known for that. We don't take everything. We don't sell everything. Somebody say, oh, we are proud. Yes, you may see it like that. That's fine. But if you are selling just 5 properties, that doesn't mean that we have selling just 5 reputable properties. We want to sleep and be happy. We don't have to sell all the properties that they bring to us. So we are very true in our properties, because for us, integrity is key. I tell my men, I tell them, if you want to go far in this business, you have to make sure that your integrity, your dignity is top notch. Money will come and go, but your name. I signed up for how far God has taken me, but I didn't get here by taking everything I see on the road, selling every property I see on the road. We choose what we want to sell. So we have people, we have a team of people that check all these things before we even start marketing at all.
Beautiful. Amazing. Thank you so much for that. We have anonymous attendees says, can I buy a property in Dubai with my limited liability? Well, that I can answer that. That's if you the limited liability is registered in Dubai. Okay, so you can't use Nigerian limited liability necessary to come and register for property here in Dubai. Okay. Chinyere Oko says, my question is, if you bought an acquired land, how do you go about it? Can it be released?
I didn't get that question.
If you buy a land under government acquisition, I'm sure is what she meant. How do you go about it? Can the land be released?
There's a process to go about that. You have to first apply for excision to release the land, to change the status from government under acquisition to excise land, after which you can now do the survey. A lawyer can educate more on that, but there's a process to it, yes. Of course, that is if it is not committed by government for a particular use, either school or library or hospital. So when she does that search, normally through taking coordinates, she can find out if it's committed or if it's just under acquisition. If it's committed, there's nothing she can do about it. But if it's under acquisition, she can do the excision and take it further to the CFO.
Okay, beautiful. Emmanuel Uka says, how do we go about getting deed of assignment for our clients, especially on private properties? I guess he bought a private, not an estate. So how does it go about getting?
To assist that. It's a process. You make some payments and the lawyer can help with that.
Okay, so they should contract the lawyer for that. Okay, so somebody asking, what's the social media handle? For all our moderators, go to GPB conference _ on Instagram. You see their handle there, but you can tell us your handle and how people can reach you.
I'll type it here now, at Brilliant Concept Realtors. Let me just type it out.
So for those who want to join REMS, what's the process?
Okay, they should just send me. Okay, I'm sending my Instagram handle now. They can just send me a DM or call me. I'll put my number out here too.
Okay, beautiful.
Yes. So what we do is we put you in a group first and groom you for like a month, after which we'll now add you to the group properly. So that way you are properly groomed before you enter the group. So what we are talking, you're not lost or...
Awesome. So guys, come on, if you've gotten value, can you type value, value, value? Come on, guys. Type value, value, value. If you've gotten value from the session we had, type value, value, value. I know time is fast spent. I will have asked more questions, but I'll ask you 2 more questions before we wrap up. One is, how did you get started in this business? Because a lot of people look up to you, particularly women. I've been to places where many of them just keep talking, and there's so much energy with your mentees. I must confess, like there's so much energy, like, yeah, they are literally proud of the brand. How did you get started? in this business, where is the passion coming from? I mean, there's that amazing passion for what you do. Okay, let me, and then your final words. Yeah.
Okay. For me, anything worth doing is what they want. If I wasn't selling real estate, whatever I'm selling, be it clothes, be it shoes, be it bags, I will still put in the same energy because that is me. Like I tell my mentees and my team members, when your excitement is contagious, right? If I'm selling a product to you now, if I was with you one-on-one, sitting in front of you, Mr. Steven, and I'm saying, oh, buy this phone or buy this power bank, there's a way I will talk to you about that you will be interested immediately. And that is passion. You can only achieve that if you have passion. People say I have a lot of energy, I have a lot of, for me, it's not the energy, it's the passion I have for what I sell that always pushes me. And that's why in my videos, you can never see a double in my videos. I will make it interesting. I will break it down for you. So it still all boils down to passion. The energy comes from passion. You are excited about, there's excitement in you. You have to be excited for your client to see that excitement. For your client to want to see that product. Out of curiosity, you have to be excited about it. So my passion, my energy comes from the love I have for my product that I sell. And then again, you can achieve that if you have good products to sell. You can only achieve that if you have a very good product knowledge of what you are selling. So you are confident, you're talking with confidence. You're talking facts and figures. Sorry, what was the second question? I know you asked me to think.
Your final words for the audience. For the
anybody that wants to thrive in real estate. We are not selling human hair of 10,000 naira. We're not selling shoe and bag of 15. We are selling something that is worth thousands of naira, millions of naira. You need to ask yourself. When I'm leaving home every morning, I do something. I go to my mirror and I ask myself, Funke, if I were you, would you buy from me? I ask myself that question. And that is a total package from your dressing to your intonation to the way you appear to the total package. I ask myself, if I meet me on the road now, will I even wait to listen to what I have to say?
Yeah.
Before you can sell to somebody, try selling to yourself first and see if on a normal day you would even buy from yourself. So another thing I tell realtors, please, real estate is not something that you make money from within a month. I'm sure if I tell us your own story too, sir, you didn't start making money from the very first month. It took some months. It took some years. It's not smart. Real estate is not hair or shoe or bag. Now, I like the color. I want to buy it. It's not like that, though. So real estate, if you know you want to sell real estate, you have to be patient.
Yeah.
Sometimes I can tell you, I'm coming to pay tomorrow. That tomorrow you'll be calling that they will not pick your call. And that's where patience, passion sets in. Because if you don't have passion for what you're doing, if you're just here for the money, you get discouraged and you will leave. So, my dear girls, our job requires patience. It requires giving your best. It requires showing up every day. Be there. Either you didn't sell yesterday or you sold yesterday. Be there the next day and say, guys, I have this beautiful sale for you. Come with excitement. Come with passion. Let them see it in you. And lastly, integrity is our what you have to have integrity. Otherwise, integrity can cut short your career if you don't have it. So you need to have integrity. Let your clients be able to trust you, and that will take you places.
I also would like you to touch on this because I feel it will help a lot of young realtors. The need for realtors to focus. I think a lot of realtors confuse their audience. Today I'm selling for some realtors literally sell for 50 different companies. It doesn't make any sense. And this is how you create problems, right? Because for the customer, he had, Ibejuleki, this one is selling for 10 million. This one is selling for 15. This one, and you made it look like they are all having the same title. So the person is literally confused as to what is different, which is what. And so how do people need to know that you have to be patient? Yeah, customer can tell you, give me this, or give me X, or give me, you should be able to know and say, hey,
I'm sticking to this because I feel what leads to that is because maybe you are selling for a company that has more property in Bejleki. Now the customer say, I want a Ikorodu. So instead of you to look for maybe another agent who works with company in Ikorodu, I just link them, let them pay your commission. You want to register with that company again. Today you are promoting Ikorodu, you are promoting Aton, and you just leave a confused
profile of. Okay, to answer that, sir. Clients' needs are different. Some clients want high end, some clients want low end. And that is why, as a realtor, you should have a mix of both. But at the same time, you should not overdo it, like you said. If you check my page, for example, or if you check REMS, we have a approved list of properties that we change we edit every month. Approved list of properties. Our members only sell those properties, or those are the approved properties that we can vouch for, that we've done our search and do the diligence on. You cannot find more than 20 properties in all. And I tell developers that call me, once I have a project in Bejleki, I'm not going to take any other one in that same area. There's no point, because you'll be confusing your clients. So many times, if you have everything on your page, the client now becomes confused. Which one should I go buy?
Exactly.
If you have one for Bejleki, this is my Bejleki land.
Yeah.
You have one for Odu, you have one in Bamade Sonya, you have one in Shongotedo. That way, they can choose based on location. And you're not looking like a confused human being or confused realtor. But for what we do in REMS, we have one area, one property. One area, one property. You cannot try to selling two properties in the same location at the same time. When now it's sold out, you can say, okay, let's take another one. It also shows that you know what you're doing. It also shows that you're organized. So I tell and I will advise you also pick a property per location. That's my advice.
Amazing. Come on, guys. Can we all say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you? Everybody, type thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
You're doing, empowering women and men and people in the real estate sector. I'm personally proud of what you're doing. God bless you. God increase you. Well,
thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
Have a wonderful day.
Sir.
Okay, guys. So we've just had a great session with Mrs. Funke Kende, and it was amazing. So our next guest is Mr. Adeni Adeyemi, and then we're also going to be having some of the participants of our pitch competition. We're giving 1 million naira grant, to participants of our pitch competition. So the top 21 finalists, we're going to be having them pitch again today and tomorrow. Then on Friday, we'll announce the top winners on Friday. Those who will win the 1 million naira. We'll also be making sure they get access to mentorship. I'll also be speaking to some of the speakers. Hopefully, we'll be able to get them to also mentor these people. I think it will go a long way. Maureen Ibe says, I want to ask her a question. Maureen, you didn't ask your question on time. Can you go ahead and ask your question? If it's something I can answer, I will. Maureen, go ahead and ask your question. But you should have asked it earlier when she was here. So I want to ask, do we have any of those who are part of the 1 million naira pitch competition? If you're part, type, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Because I want to bring some of you up before my next guest. If you are, okay, we have Stephen Oladepo. Okay, let's have Stephen. We also have Orekoya, Babatunde, Victoria Odume. So I'm going to bring up some of you, and then some of you I'll bring you up after my next guest. So we just do it a bit in batches. So we'll take about 11 today. Tomorrow we'll take another 10. Then on Friday, on Thursday, that's tomorrow, we will then take another set of people, who will be able to pitch. And then the winner will be announced on Friday. Why we're doing this conference is we need to raise a new generation of brokers. We need them to be properly trained. We need them to be properly mentored.
And I'm happy that a whole lot of what we're doing here is giving people that exposure, that perspective. And I know that it will go a long way. Also, please note that we will only take your question if your name appears. We're not going to take your question if we don't see your name. So when you are joining tomorrow, make sure you register with your name. On unknown attendees, we ain't gonna list, have you here. Okay. I don't know why somebody will join with names that we cannot see. So please join with a name we can see. Okay, so I'll pull up some of you while we're waiting for the next guest. I'm going to start with Maureen. Maureen, how will you put up your video and your audio? By the way, as I pull you up, don't put on your audio until you are being told to do so. So Maureen, you are my next guest. Yeah. Let me find out. Mr. Denny Adeyemi, I'm not seeing him.
Before.
Aderonke Oyewole is your turn. Aderonke Oyewole. Okay, unmute yourself and come up.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. My name is Oyewole Aderonke.
Please go ahead. I'm sure they've told you what to pitch on.
Yes, sir.
Well, you told what to pitch on, so you have 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. My name is Oyewole Aderonke from Elinor Properties. I would like to introduce a real estate investment at Bay Real Estate Idado, Eleko, Ibejuleki, Lagos. Ibejuleki is actually located at the outskirts of Lagos, and there have been a rapid development, industrial development happening at the location rather, which has made people to refer to Ibejuleki as the new Lagos because the commercial activities in Lagos is gradually moving to Ibejuleki. Now, right now, there have been a focus that there will be an increase in commercial activities, which will also lead to an increase in job opportunities. And also, this will affect the price of property in the next 10 years. So now in the next 10 years, a plot of land at Ibejuleki will cost 100 million naira. And this is an opportunity for you to get the same property at just 4.5 million naira. I mean, you have the opportunity to get this land between now and June 5th. Now, you can also go for the instrumental payment, which goes for 5.5 million naira, which can be spread over 6 months or 12 months. Now, Bay Real Estate Idado, Eleko, Ibejuleki is actually surrounded with notable landmarks such as Dangote Refinery, which is the biggest refinery in Africa. Now, also the property at Ibejuleki It's just 10 minutes away from the seaport and the proposed international airport also. Then also we have a beautiful lagoon view and ocean front, which is just 2 minutes drive away from the property. Now, this is just the opportunity you can't get anywhere because we don't know when we'll get this opportunity anymore. Now, this is just the opportunity you have between now and June 5th.
Time up. Time up. Thank you so much for your pitch. Guys, what do you think? Because we also get audience feedback, and that's why we encourage them to also invite their friends and their loved ones to also come and cheer them up. Audience feedback is also what we use to eventually, we're going to be selecting the top 7 from this 20, and they will be pitching on Friday when we announce the top 3. So what do you guys think about Ade Ronke's speech? What do you guys think? Okay. If you like it, clap for her. If you think there are 1 or 2 other things you wanted her to say, you know, you are free to mention. Okay, my next guest is Orekoya Babatunde. You are next. Orekoya Babatunde, you're next. Orekoya Babatunde. Orekoya Babatunde, unmute yourself and let's see, have your video.
Hello.
Orekoya Babatunde, unmute yourself, let's see your video. You have 2 minutes. And part of it is going. Yep, go ahead.
Yep. Good evening, everyone. I am Orekoya Babatunde Samuel, and I want to thank Chictest Home, everybody, for this great opportunity. Now, I want to go straight to the point. They said, when a purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. I want to give you some reason why you should invest in real estate, Idadoeleko, Lekki, Ibejuleki. Number 1 reason is location. Location is approximately the approximately profitable real estate investment. When a location is great, there will always be a profitable real estate income at the end of the day. Number 1 reason under the location is scenic view. In Ibejuleki, we have great scenic view. We have great transportation hubs. We have good road network at Ibejuleki area, and then we have green space. And everybody now, every real estate investment are considering global warming. This is green space. Green space. There are a lot of trees right there. There are a lot of trees that can actually help warm it to help warm the environment. Secondly, I would like to consider the prospect of industry right in Ibejuleki. Now, a lot of investment are going on in Ibejuleki about development and projects right there in Ibejuleki. Number 1 are the Dangote refineries that is actually going on right now. We have Pan Atlantic University going on right now in Ibejuleki. We have Eleganza industry right in Ibejuleki, Gubri industry right in Ibejuleki. That one is alone is enough for you to invest there, because it actually shows the prospect of this environment. It shows the prospect of this environment. The smart people don't wait to buy property. They buy property and wait to sell. That is the intellect of every investor. And then I'll be talking of return on investment. Return on investment is everybody agenda whenever they want to invest. Return on investment. I'm telling you, Lekki Phase 1 5 years ago was actually on 100%, but now is on 500%. It has grew to 500%. Now, Ibejuleki, I'm telling you, in the next 3 years, Ibejuleki will go from 100% to over 300% into return on investment. You don't want to miss it out. You don't want to miss out this moment. It's either you invest now or you get no chance to invest again. And then accession is in process. Accession means documentation of this.
Time up.
All right.
Bros, time up. Good job. Well done. I'm going to take one more before my next guest comes up. Choma, are you there? Choma, you're next. By the way, guys, we need feedback on what you think Orekoya Babatunde has done.
If you like his performance, what he did, just comment. If you enjoyed the session, comment. You will be informed if you are among the top 7, finalists. You'll be contacted. Chioma, you're next. Okay, you have
Good
2
evening.
minutes. Good evening. Go ahead.
I'm Choma Alurichi, and I'll be giving you reasons why you should buy from burial estates. With the coronavirus pandemic, it's now a reason to show that real estate is a safe haven for investors. Now, burial estate is top on the list, and I'll be using the acronym BERYL. That is burial. B for Blossom. Because of its strategic location, Ibejuleki has shown to be the new Miami, the new Dubai of Africa. And so you don't just have to invest in any place. If you invest in any place, then you won't get returns for your money. You must invest in strategic locations, and Ibejuleki is one of them. Number 2, following the E is for estates. Following the pandemic, people have seen that, especially the lockdown, people have seen that living in gated communities called estates is very important. And that is what burial estate is promising us. They're already fencing now. The gate is already showing up there. So now the burial estate is where you should be investing your money in now. The arrow is what I'm going to call return of investment. Now, it's promising that in 10 years, investors who invest now will be getting their almost 1,000% return on investment. That means if you buy 300 square meters of burial estate now, which is selling for 300 square meters, selling for 4 million naira, that means you're looking at having about 400 million in 10 years, and that's a smart investment. And so you must invest now. Now, the why, I'm using it as Mr. Stephen Akintayo, the wife for Akintayo, that is the mastermind behind this burial estate, which is Mr. Stephen Akintayo. I have followed him from far, though, for so many years while in school. And because he's the mastermind, I know he has committed his name to this estate, and he's going to promise, amazing features in that state. And that's why you must invest in burial estate now. Now, the land title is excision in progress. That means once that land is excised, that land, you won't get it for 6 million again. No, you won't get it. So now is the best time, using the promo that is still ongoing, for you to invest in real estate, because the land title, for you to invest in burial estate, not any other kind of estate, because the land title is excision in progress. And once we get the excision, is gazetted, the prices there is skyrocketing. And so now is the best time to get it. The best time to have bought real estate was 20 years ago, and the next best time, sir, is now. And so you must make use of that opportunity now. Thank you very much.
Okay, nice, well done. Again, guys, feel free to give our feedback. Emmanuel Oka says, Choma has made me to want to buy. Okay, guys, give her some feedback. Let her know, both on Facebook, on Zoom here. Let her know. Like we said, this is beyond the money that we're giving the winners. Is a platform to kind of expose them, mentor younger brokers. Incidentally, my next guest became a millionaire, and runs a company that is doing business in billions. In fact, the last time we talked, he said he has sold property worth $1.5 billion, right? Yeah, and he started just like you, he started too. So we're hoping that this conference becomes that platform to launch the next Adeni Adeyemi in the property sector. Okay. The next Funke Kehinde, the next Tony Aspire, the next, Freeman, and several of these great realtors who are doing very well. Okay, good job, guys. Good job, Choma. Hopefully, you are one of the top 7. We'll see. You'll be informed. Okay, I'm going to bring up my next guest. The rest of us, we've taken 3. We're going to be taking 8 more immediately after this session. I'd like my next guest to put up his audio and his video as we invite him. He's the MD of Trumval Investment Limited, and a real estate development company. And he's actually our own company sales consultant. So you can call him our director of sales. So if we sell, it's a Zim. If we don't sell, it's Zim we're holding accountable. So many of you who are becoming realtors with GTEX homes, get used to this face because you will see him every week as he tries to replicate himself in you. And he's a very accomplished realtor, like I said. The last time we discussed that he has sold 1.5 billion, not B-O, not me, B, and not Naira, dollars. Hallelujah. Put up your audio. You're going to speak for 30 minutes, and after that, we'll take questions.
All right. Thank you so much, my emperor. It's so great being here tonight, and I sincerely want to appreciate you so much for giving me this opportunity to be here this evening. My name is Adeyemi Adeni, popularly known as the number one bishop of real estate in Africa. And by the grace of God, I do real estate. And that is what many of my friends and everyone that I've come across my humble self at one time or the other know me for. Real estate, real estate, real estate. You will hardly find me elsewhere other than in the business of real estate. Now, what am I here to do tonight? I just want to have a brief conversation, or I've been given a topic to speak on tonight, and I do believe that this will be engaging enough, and it will open one or two people's eyes to see one or two things in the world of real estate. I want to speak about ways of engaging better with your customers. Ways of engaging better with your customers. As a very young or younger youth corporate who joined a particular real estate company at the inception of the company. By the grace of God, the company started barely 6 months to 8 months before I was there to do my youth service. And that was just about a few number of years, over a decade ago, that I joined the company. And I had an opportunity to build a career in the world of real estate. So I saw it as an opportunity for me to make a name, not just for myself, but actually for children's children yet to come. All right. So I would say that it was an opportunity for me to have such a great platform for me to be able to do this. Actually, I knew so well that I couldn't do this alone other than to have people that I could engage and people who God could use for me to get to where I am going. Now, by the way of further telling you more about the fact that you can't do it alone without who we call the customers. Now, of course, before you talk about who a customer is, then you need to talk about who the leads are. Who are those people you've been talking to even before you get to the point of converting them from being a lead even to a customer? All right. So and how do you get to even meet those people? Now, a number of times we go to places, but we tend not to see opportunities all around us. We go to places. I mean, some people even get to places by accident, quote and unquote, but they do not look within to see what are the opportunities that I have around me where I have found myself. Now, for instance, you attend a place of worship, for instance, and you even happen to be having an opportunity of even being one of those people who are the greeters or who are in the protocol same, who welcome people down to the worship center, whether you're Muslim or a Christian, whichever faith you practice. But you have people that comes in and goes out. You have an opportunity to create a rapport between yourself and those whom you are worshiping in that place of worship. That's one. You go for social events. These are places where you get to meet these leads. You go to places of shopping centers. You meet people, diverse kind of people there. I mean, what do you tell them? How do you tend to create a rapport with them? Now, what about places, I mean, people whom you have in your family? There are a number of people you have all around you in your families that you need to take advantage of. I mean, there are many people who would never part with one dime of their money if you do not have any value that you want to give to them. Now, a number of times we have great people like that in many families like that, but who will never part with their money except you have something of value that you want to give to them. What do you do? Now, you need to begin to look at those contacts and begin to scribble them down. The first thing I'll say tonight is before we begin to talk about how to engage your customers, I'm telling you the roots of getting these people that are the leads that you can eventually turn to become a customer. And I've mentioned places of worship, I've mentioned social gatherings, I've mentioned the places of, that's the place of shopping, I've mentioned a number of places. Now, when you now have all of this, how do you now convert them to becoming a customer? Now, there's a place of pitching. That's the place of pitching. That is trying to tell everything about you within 60 seconds. A number of times, it may take you more than 60 seconds, but it's been observed that people who are actually interested in what you do may not have all the time in the world to listen to you. So in that regard, you need to be able to summarize who you are, what you do, and what value your product is about to add within 60 seconds. What value is your product willing to add to me in 60 seconds? So if you're able to do that, then you have been able to break the ice, then a conversation can ensue. All right. Now, but we need to look at, the period of the post-COVID reality that now that, people are reducing physical contacts, how do you now convert leads into customers at this crucial time? We've gotten a number of that even from previous sessions. Because I joined at the time, but so I don't want to go into the details of that. But you can begin to engage people online. For instance, I told a number of people in the course of one of the trainings that you see the post of an influencer on Instagram, for instance, or on Facebook. An influencer, somebody who has a name, that people know well, and he or she has many followers. He makes a post, and you begin to see all manner of comments underneath. Now, what do you do with those comments? Very simple. Begin to look at each of these people. Now, it's a great work when you have to do prospecting online. Now, begin to look at each of those people one by one and begin to profile them. Click on them and go to their page and begin to look at who they are, what they are worth. Begin to do a DM to them, a direct message to them. Never write on their post, just go and do them a direct message. That is one option among many others. And of course, there's a place of email marketing, the digital marketing as a whole, and the place of sending messages at random or even doing cold calling to people. Now, having said that, now you begin to now see the place of building a relationship with this number of people. I remember at the time I had someone who was a prospect, and he had invited me over to his house. And I decided that while I was going to his house, there was a need for me to now begin to look at the place of building a relationship with this prospect, whether he's buying from me or not. Take note, Dale Carnegie, the great author, said that when you want to sell to someone, people must know that you are genuinely interested in them. Don't think about money all the time. Be genuinely interested in people. Think about what you want to get from them. Be genuinely interested in them. For instance, now when you are getting to meet someone, for instance, and you begin to talk about, I must get the money now. I must get the money. No, it's not just about money. There is a place of engaging people. For instance, you meet someone, and that individual, you don't even know, the size of his or her family. Now, how do you get to know what number of bedroom of houses to sell to him or her? So when you are genuinely interested in them, you can ask them questions like, how many members do you have in your family? That is not the first time conversation. Don't forget, I started from somewhere. You have already broken the ice. One thing has led to the other, and now you are being given an appointment to see him or her in the office. Now begin to talk about things like, how many members of family, how many children do you have? So if I want to sell to you, then I should be looking at the number of houses, number of rooms that will be able to accommodate the number of your family. Now, let me give you an instance. There was a particular time that I was talking to someone, and one thing led to the other as I was discussing with her, and I got to know in the course of our conversation that it is not that she does not have a property before now, but every of the funds that she's worked for, her humble self and her husband, they've been able to put the money together. But the mistake she made was the fact that, the husband they were buying the property in the husband's name alone. In the husband's name alone, not in Mr. Ade and Mrs. Adeyemi. It's always been it's always been Mr. Ade alone. So she believed and trusted the man, but unfortunately it got to a time that the man had to go take a second wife. And at that point, she knew that if she does not get something for herself, she may be making a very big mistake, and she may not have anything to account for in her entire life. Anyway, in the course of a conversation, she opened up and she was broken. And that was when, because she saw that I was genuinely interested in her and not in whatever she was earning. Along the line, she opened up to me, and one thing led to the other, and she was able to bring out, a spreadsheet of what she earns and what goes out from what she earns. And this is the rest. Now, what can you do with this that I have? And from there, we're able to strike a deal, and our installment plan was worked out, and the rest is history. And she bought the house. All right. Now, these are some of the ways with which you can convert a lead even to a customer. And when they see that you are genuinely interested in them, then they tend to open up their words to you. All right. I remember saying that one of the prospects that I was to go see in his house, I had to go with some fruits. I bought fruits while I was going, and getting there, he was so shocked. And he said, wow, how do you know that I like this type of fruit? Of course, initiative would tell me that an average person between 70% and above, in terms of data, would tend to eat fruits. If the man does not eat, of course, the woman will eat. If the woman does not eat, then the children will eat. So, logically speaking, tend to show that you love people, not just because of what you want to get from them. Now, eventually, at the end of the day, while trying to build on the relationship, I kick-started. At the end of the day, the man bought a property of 70 million naira for me during that year. All right. Now, let me go to the fact that when you now turn these leads into customers, you must tend to know that they are the lifeblood of your business. They are the lifeblood of your business. Now, how do you engage people who are the lifeblood of your system? Now, there is a need for these people to be interacted with constantly, and they want to hear something that will be of value to them. They want to hear something that will be of value to them. They want to hear something that will be of value to them. You need to interact with them. Now, I heard the last speaker, one of the speakers saying that there's a place of building empathy with them. But I call it the place of emotional connections. You need to be emotionally connected to your customers. You need to be emotionally connected to your customers. For instance, the case of that woman whose husband, that she had an experience with her husband, and eventually the husband, she had to go for her own private property. Now, there is a place for emotional connection. When they see that you are genuinely interested in them and their situation, they will be emotionally connected to you. Now, there is a need for you to also sell to them emotionally. You need to do some emotional sales. It's not, when I talk about emotion, it's not shedding tears. No, there is a place of emotional selling. Now, talking to someone about the need. For instance, I remember the time that I had an audience that I needed to speak to. And I told them the story of, of Jacob and the story of Esau. Now, how, a man had to just put, a morsel of porridge and had to sell his birthright to, the younger brother just because he wanted to eat a pot of porridge. And the end of the story was the fact that the man sold his future and he began to cry because of the fact that he had sold his future and he ate it as a sitting. Now, I began to expand that story. Just in less than 5 minutes, I was able to sell that story to them, and I began to point that into how many people live their lives. Many people will just go to bars at the end of work each day, and they declare surplus to people, and how those amounts of money, however small it looks, how it can actually turn out to be something that will give them the first plot of land they are looking for, or the first bungalow in their lives, which will in turn become bigger and bigger and bigger and better, and eventually become something that they now own their own estates from just a story of Jacob and Esau. Now, eventually I was able to emotionally connect to them that, but boy, Esau, this guy has spoken to me too much. Now they began to say, okay, even if I don't need the property, let me even buy it. Now you have moved from the place of emotion to speaking to them as their advisor. All right. So there is a need for you to know that you need to begin to do a lot that has to do with background check before speaking to them. Now you have customers. How well do you know those customers? Now, before you begin to speak to them, how well do you know those customers before you begin to speak to them? There is a need for you to begin to know who your customers are. When you know them, then it's easier for you to be able to connect with them. Like a number of times, I've had the reason to go carry out something about one of my customers. Now, there was a man who wanted me to do a property sales for him just about some weeks back. And I sat down and I took my time to research who this person is. And when I saw it, I saw that this is a former commissioner in Lagos State, a two-time commissioner in different ministries. And I began to see some other things that I needed to know all about him. And when we had a conversation, it became engaging. Why? Because I had a pre-foundational knowledge of who I am talking to. Now, there are a number of your customers that once you are able to engage them, I can tell you, you don't, or you may not need to look for new customers anymore or new leads anymore. One of my proteges in real estate, while I worked with Property Man Real Estate Investment Limited and Grenadines Homes, one of my proteges in the real estate industry. Now, he said that he serviced just one customer well. After servicing him well, and he engaged him meaningfully, that was that one customer that connected him to every other customers that gave him the financial fortune he's enjoying today. Just one customer. So there is a need for you to develop emotional connections with them. Now, now you can work with a company like Search Metrics to get market analysis and whatever you need to do to research on some of these customers. Now, and from there, you begin to gain the loyalty of these customers. For instance, have you seen a place where, you serve a customer well, and they begin to bring the names of other real estate companies to you and ask you, what do you know about these people? Please tell me more about them. Because you have taken it beyond the sales point to the emotional connection point. So it's important that we get that well. All right. Now, another effective way of building emotional connections with your customer is to prove that they are dealing with actual persons and not just faceless people. I had one of the speakers saying that, let them know who you are. Let them know you. Let them know you. Let them know, that you are showing your empathy side while you are trying to to engage them. Let them know who you are. I mean, a number of times, I mean, I'm not shy. I'm not ashamed to tell my customers my faith, where I stand in the place of faith, because a number of times, some of them would tell me to meet them in some places where I wouldn't naturally want to go. And I tell them, oh, this is who I am, and this is what I would not want to do. Now, let me tell you of someone who happened to be someone I had a transaction with at the time. So I was working with my boss then before God released me. So, and he told me, he said, sir, I'd like you to, your boss requested for a social property from me. And what I'm thinking is that, oh, maybe we should mark up the property. Whatever is excess on it, we can share it together and all of that. And I told him where I stand, that, oh, I'm sorry, I don't do that. I mean, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry if I had to bust your bubble, but I don't do that. The blessing of the Lord makes rich, and it has no sorrow. So I don't do that. Whatever we buy as a company, whatever it is that my boss feels that I should be compensated or appreciated with, I give God thanks. It will go a long way for me. And the guy was shocked. And you know what happened? He began to open up his private life to me because he saw me as someone he could talk to. That might not have happened if I had conspired even to do something with him and to defraud my boss. I mean, because I call that defrauding. Please pardon my language. All right. So there's a need for you to develop emotional connections. When you tell people who you are, I mean, then they know where to place you. All right. So in the course of developing emotional connections, please take note that there's a need for you to introduce yourself to your customers. Now, some people bought from you. They don't even know you so well, but there's a need for you to introduce yourself to them. There's a need for them to know you. Now, I mean, learn to send a personalized message to any of your followers in an online community. Now, do them personalized messages. Let them know where you stand. Let them know who you are. Now, there's a need for instance, you are on social media, on Instagram, and you have people following you from time to time. There's a need for you to do them a personalized messages. Now, for them to know that, oh, I have gotten into the hands of someone that my presence matters to. It's important for you to do that. Don't just believe that, oh, you have the whole entire world in your hands and you can treat people anyhow. Please don't do that. Introduce yourself to them. All right. Now, I have seen over the years when I have a reason to speak to my customers, and when I pick up the phone and call them by their names, Mr. and Mr. So and so, they feel so happy and they feel honored. When they can open up, even if I've never spoken to them before, because of course there are some customers that may not be directly sold to by me. Maybe through one of my agents or my freelancer, but eventually they were working for me. So by the time I decide to talk to them, to these customers directly, and I call them by their names, many of them tend to loosen up when they hear their full names from you. So introduce yourself and do them personalized messages. All right. So when you also use team members' images on social media, now when you have customers, make sure that they are actually seeing the faces of those they are dealing with. You can see the great emperor, my host this evening, how he has put a face to what he's doing. Everybody knows G-Tex and they know Stephen McIntyre. You can't separate them from each other. So put a face to what you're doing. Put a face to what you're doing. And so it's easier for people to ask you questions directly. I have a number of people who, maybe they are not getting their receipt on time as to when they ought to get it, or maybe they are not getting the allocation as to when to get it, and they are talking to their relationship officer in my company. But you know what happens? When they don't tend to get all of the information they require or the feedback they need to get per time, what they do is they do me a direct message on not only my phone, but also on my DM on social media handles. So meaning that they've been able to place a face to the name of the company, Trumpville Investment Limited. So it's important for you to make sure that in every way and in every manner, you put a face to what you're doing. All right. Another thing when you talk about emotionally connecting to them, is to include your bios on your blog. Let them know, your biography. Come up with a write-up. Let them know. These are ways of engaging them. when you talk about engagement, that means that you have done something to get not only their attention, but you have kept them busy. Now let them see your bios. I mean your biography or your bios in your blog. Now when you talk about yourself, it interests many of your customers and it makes a lot of them to go to sleep. Now, when they get to know that, oh, you are, I mean, you pass. This is where you are coming from before you found yourself in what you're doing. Don't you think that they will tell themselves that, guy, I need to go and relax. This guy cannot run away with my money. They need to be constantly engaged and include your story in your blog. Tell them about yourself. For instance, by the grace of God, I mean, just like my host introduced me the other time, if I tell you, by the grace of God, I've done not less than $1.5 billion in sales in my over a decade of the real estate, experience. Now, how much do you want to invest that will make you afraid of investing through me in real estate? By the grace of God, with no iota of pride, I have proof to show by the grace of God. So it's not just loud, no, but I can tell you, if I advise you to put X amount in a particular property, know that I have done all I need to do about it before I can tell you to do that. All right. Now, also in trying to build on emotional connections. Now, there's a need for you to also make someone your brand ambassador. These are ways of engaging them. Make someone your brand ambassador. It's very important. Now, in fact, let me shock you. Before now, we've signed one of the comedians as a brand ambassador. During those times, yeah, it did well. But I can tell you for free that now I am the face of the company. I am the brand ambassador of the company. But it is important for you to make sure that you have a face to your company. Make sure you have a face to your company. Make sure you have a face to your company. Make sure you have a face to your company. Make sure you have a face to your company. Make sure you have a face to your company. Now, it's important for you to do that because, just like you see this great man, the late Steve Jobs, how he was the face of Apple. Now, per time, anything goes bad. He knows for sure that he's not running away and nothing can go amiss. Now, in as much as I do understand the place of separating your person from your brand, but in most cases, now people tend to be emotionally connected to you when they know that you are one of the people behind the brand that they're patronizing. All right. Now, let me move to number two. The major point of number two, which has to do with when you talk about how to engage your customers that God gave you with sweat. Build a community or forum. There's a need for you to build a community or forum. We have the Facebook groups, the LinkedIn groups, the Google Plus groups. You have different groups where you can, you even have a WhatsApp group. Now, build a group. Like, for instance, our customers at Trumville Investment Limited, we have a WhatsApp group for them where we can engage them, where we can tell them, about the information that has to do with things of interest to them in line with what we do. We talk to them about the things that will interest them in line with real estate. We talk to them about happenings on Ibejuleki axis. We talk about the future plans of government when it comes to Ibejuleki axis, where we have the product for them. For those who bought from us in Ikorodu, we engage them also. So we tell them about happenings and the plans of government on that axis. What about the people that bought from us in Agbara or Lagos-Ibadan Expressway? In different locations we have our property, we always create groups for them. So build a community or forum for them. With that, they will be able to ask you questions. When they see that, it's not a question for the general, then some of them can private chat to you. But just make sure that in a bid to engage them, make sure that you build a community or forum for them. Now, also, number three is hold a contest. It's important that you hold a contest for them. That's one of the reasons why I love what Mr. Akintayo is doing. Now, I mean, he's a great man that God has given a great vision to. Now, there's a need for you to constantly engage your customers, I mean, by creating a contest for them. Now, I mean, I can tell you that we've engaged our customers in a number of ways. Now, I mean, and at a time when there was a particular contest that we did for them, it was so competitive to the point where people just were calling to even ask, am I the winner? Am I the one that won? I mean, and all manner. So you can engage them. To get to a time when you become like brothers and sisters, when you engage them well. So create a contest for them. For instance, you can, I mean, just not just to get their attention, but also to engage them meaningfully well. Now, you can ask them to share their creative photos, on social media, and they tag, I mean, your handle. They tag the company handle, and or you can host like there was a time that we had a contest for them, and where we had a brand ambassador at that event, and it was more like a suya night for them, where we had the opportunity of hosting them, and from there we're able to talk a little about who the faces of the company are, and they got to know a number of us, and I mean, minus that, they also got to begin to have a contest right there in that place where the owner went home with something that was very tangible. All right. So you can please make sure to have a contest with them and let a winner emerge. They will be so happy with you if it is done. And you know what? It will lead me to my next point, that make sure that they are a part of the team. Make sure that they are a part of the team. That's my next point. Make sure they are a part of the team. Now, when you begin to create a contest for them, let the panelists be a member of your customer. Let your customers be a part of the team of judges or panelists. So when you create a contest for them, engage them meaningfully. Now, for instance, you're selling an essay, and when it's time for you to begin to put up the infrastructure, it's not a bad idea when you begin to ask some of your customers to begin to tender who are in the engineering field. Let's come and submit a tender. We want to put up the infrastructure. How many of you can do this? Now, send it on your forum and let them begin to apply. Now, it will amaze you the effect that will have. If anybody says anything that does not go well with the plans and the aspirations of the company or with the vision of the company concerning that particular estate or particular product, the man, woman, or them whom you have engaged or giving jobs to will be the ones to be speaking for you and not you yourself. All right. Now, my next point will be that you share exclusive content offers. Of course, we've discussed that. I mean, in some of the by other panelists. Now, share exclusive content or offers. Now, give them offers. I mean, you do a flash discounting, and so on and so forth. Just try to do it so you can engage them meaningfully. Now, try to be competitive so that you don't get to be thrown on the side. Try to be competitive, so with your offers, then they can compare you with other organizations. Now, finally, I would say that you should create a product talk. Create a product talk. There's a need for you to create a product talk. Now, with the advent of the post-COVID realities, you need to create a product talk. They may not necessarily need to go physically to the site. Then you can do a video. You can do video of, when you started with the dates, how you began to move with the dates, the next phase with the dates, the next phase with the dates, where you are at the moment with the dates. With that, I can tell you they won't have a challenge with you, whether locally or internationally. I can tell you your customers will be so loyal to you. Now, if you want to do this again, you can come up with a loyalty card and go with a loyalty card. There are some hospitality industries that they give you a loyalty card that when you have patronized them, you slept in their places for a number of times, and when you click or you eat is a number of days that you spent with them, then you are entitled to a free night with them. Now you can create a loyalty card where you buy up to so amount. This is what you get. So you can start engaging ways. Now somebody begin to look up to the next product and say, okay, if you buy up to 3 products from us or 2 products from us, then you are entitled to 1 free product in a new place. Can you imagine that? Now they begin to count it. Oh, I've done 2. I've done 3. Who does not like, free things? Now they'll be the one looking up to the next one because they know that once they can do that, then they will be entitled to what you are doing. So with that, then I can tell you that you will meaningfully engage your customers. So let me stop here for now. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Hello, sir.
Wow. Come on. Guys, can we all just type wow.
My
amazing session and a big thank you for this, because I really do not know any platform that is doing this, and it's going to be an annual event by the grace of God. Because I can imagine how destinies are being shaped. You remember one of the real estate brokers event we had at Oriental Hotel, I think it was
Yes, sir.
6 years or 5 years ago.
Yes, sir.
Imagine what came out of that. You have Abiodun Abdul. Imagine several people we met.
Yes, sir. You're right. You're right.
From that, and how much that just turned their lives around. Our sister actually was the one that spoke earlier, Mrs. Adinka.
Yes, I know her. I know her very well. She's
I can imagine looking 5 years into this, and I imagine how how this will just change the lives of property brokers across the world, because we're having people watch us from all over the world. I can imagine. I'm already excited about this. So guys, if you have questions, feel free to ask. And if you don't mind, sir, can we just use the next 1 hour to round up together the people pitching? We're giving out $1 million to property brokers, just cash to support them, as well as mentorship. So we've had 3 word pitch. We're taking 8 more. Then tomorrow we take another 10. Then we cut it down to 7. So on Wednesday, the 7 we pitch again, and we cut it down to the 3 who will win 500, 300, and 200,000, as well as mentorship with me and several of the speakers who have come. My goal is that in 1 year they should begin to do 100 million and above in transaction. And it's not like people have done 1.5 billion in 10 years. So if we divide 1.5 billion in 10 years, that 100 million is chicken change. If it's a joke.
It's a joke. No. It's a small money.
What we can do. But we are just being conservative as to the kind of transactions that they can bring in. So again, guys, if you are part of the, Anthony says for real, no platform is doing this. Yes, that's true. And we're going to keep this on to keep raising the next generation of brokers. And guys, this is not the only one. I think in the month of August or so, we're going to be doing another one for property developers. Again, to mentor the next generation of property developers. I feel there's too much competition in the real estate sector, and it's making us lose sight of the bigger picture. I don't know whether you were there when Mr. Itaya was talking about how property brokers need to have an institution and, get the National Assembly to endorse them as an institute so that they can begin to support other people who are, victims of, we know how business is in our society and, and things like that. But the truth is that the reason that has not happened is competition. Me, I want to keep my own brokers committee alone. You want to keep your own brokers group. You want to, and in the end, we're losing sight of the bigger picture.
True, sir.
You know. So someone says, please, sir, how can a broker with less than 5 clients who have bought from me achieve a context? I don't understand by achieve a context.
Okay, I understand what he's trying to say. That's when the place of trying to hold a contest among people in order to engage your customers. That when you have fewer number of customers, how do you intend to achieve a contest for them? So it's possible, even if they are the moment they
Sorry,
are
sir,
more
while
than
you
one.
are ongoing, sorry, sir, while you're ongoing, anyone
Yes, sir.
who is
Yes, sir.
participating in the pitch competition, just type I'm here, so I could pull you up. Continue, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So, I mean, for the moment you have more than one customer, you can do a contest between two people, sir. I mean, that's, I mean, you can say, just like the contest that we have, I mean, for people who are undergoing, I mean, this competition right now, that they want to win a certain amount of money and also to be modeled or mentored by the panelists or that by the speakers, I mean, during this event. Now, once you have more than two people, you can create a contest. Now, what exactly do you want to achieve? Is just to make sure that you gain their loyalty. You gain their loyalty. It may be, I mean, most times it's so funny that what gets them glued to you is not so much thing, but the fact that you have them in mind. Remember, one of the examples I've given over and over again of a customer in Abuja that I sold to. I mean, that one of my, junior colleagues sold to, and he just sold, a house of 70 million that year, and we decided to say, okay, let us just appreciate this person now, just to gain his loyalty, and we decided to give him just a phone. Then it was phone 2, Samsung Note 2 that just came out that time, and we gave him a Samsung Note 2 for his birthday, and also gave him a piece of cake, I mean, for his birthday. And the next thing was, he just said, he'd be like, say, you guys, they serious, so, and he just decided to buy two units of houses again. I mean, which came to 140 million. And before we knew anything again, you know, another thing happened, and we appreciated him again. We were engaging him by this force of appreciation. We were engaging him, telling him that even though we are serving him, but nonetheless, he's the only customer that we have. And it goes a long way. Now, so when you talk about, I mean, the place of contest, holding a contest for them. Now, for himself, he began to ask us at a point. He said, am I the only one buying property from you? Why is it that it's only me that you appreciate it? We said, sir, in as much as we do know that you are one of the best customers we have, we also have others. And what we are doing to you, we're also doing it to them. So he said, so how many people have bought houses here? We told him somebody has one, somebody owns this. So he said, you know what? I want to buy more than any other person else. That is stylishly like a contest. Eventually, the entire estate got owned by just two people because he bought over all of the other properties. He bought over. So it became like a contest. So, I mean, which was 70 million for each of the houses, times the number of houses we had in that estate. So it became more like a contest because for every time purchases he was doing, we were engaging him more. Sir, do you know that you can do this? Do you know that this is happening? Do you know that this is the return on investment as at this time? Do you know that, I mean, we are changing because of what you've done for us. We are changing the grade of tires we're using for you. We're changing the social number of grades and all of that and all of that. So we're engaging him. And it became like a contest that, you know what? I don't want to do any other company again, only your company. So I'm doing this, I'm buying this. Who has the number of houses that's more than my own? And we told him, for now, I mean, somebody is just trying to compete with you. And he said, you know what? Give me another form. I want to buy another one again. And before we knew it, it became 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that only one person was buying. And when you talk about context again, you could be looking at something like, I mean, a contest on social media, like just to get your customers together. And if you don't want to expose them to your competitors, you can have a contest within the group, within the confines of the group that you have created. that is talking about, the community or the forum that you have, the Facebook group, the LinkedIn group, the Google Plus community, the WhatsApp group, and what have you. You can create a contest there. You can say, buy 1 plot in this place, or buy 5 plots and get 1 free. A number of people are doing it. A number of companies are doing it. Or now buy just 1 extra property and get to win an all expense paid trip to this particular place. These are cheap but engaging contests, and it can happen between 1 or 2 customers. It doesn't have to be so many customers. You can look at, now that COVID-19 reality is staring us in the face, you can say, okay, buy a property in so estate, and we pay 40% of your child school fees when they resume. What about that? It's so interesting that it will be overwhelming, the kind of responses you'll be getting when you create a contest. It could be, you could set up, a Zoom party, and the Zoom party, you could look for the best gele, the best egg gear among all the people who are coming, and you see all manner of gele. It's a contest. Very funny, but you will still achieve something from it. From there, they are getting to love you more than ever before. They are getting to appreciate you. They are getting to be more loyal to you. Before you know it, they're going nowhere. It gets stuck to you. So that is how you own a contest within a few number of hands. I hope I've been able to make a point on that.
We all type wow, 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 wow. Everybody, can I get wow, 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 wow? If you're sure you got value from that, I got value.
Thank you, Jesus.
Okay, so again, if you are here for the contest and we've not pulled you up, kindly say so that you can be pulled up. Okay. So we have here, we're going to start with you. Yes, we're going to start with you. I don't know why your name is not appearing. Okay, you need to always make sure you're joining with your name showing. Your name has to show on top of your Zoom. Your name shows. Chinyere, go ahead, you're next.
Okay. Good evening, sir. Good evening to all the speakers. I want to start by saying that land title is a very important key when it comes to getting a land or going into land investment, because it goes a long way to determine the price of the land and the location of the land. Burial Estate is located at the outskirts of Lekki Expressway, and it is owned and developed by GTEX Homes and Group of Companies by Stephen Akintoya. And I've been following Stephen Akintoya for a while now. He's a great mentor, and he has been of inspiration to upcoming entrepreneurs and businesses. Now, I want to tell you why you should buy a land at Burial Estate, Idado Eleko, Ibujileki. One of the reasons why you should buy a land from Ibujileki is because Ibujileki is currently now the new Dubai of Africa, which means a lot of tourists are coming into Ibujileki to invest, to get lands, to start infrastructural activities in Ibujileki. Another reason why you should get a land at Burial Estate Ibujileki is because you are going to be getting about 300% appreciation, which means that if you are getting a land now, this is how big your return on investment is going to be. And another reason why you should buy a land from Burial Estate Ibujileki is because you are going to be staying at the peak of the action. In every investment, it is important to stay where the activity is currently going on. And right now at Ibujileki, a lot of activities are currently going on, and it is one of the biggest sites to actually look forward to when getting a
land or a property. Another reason why you should invest at burial estate Lekki is due to accessibility to road. Burial estate is directly along the upgraded Lekki-Ekpe Expressway. Another reason why you should get a land from burial estate is because you're going to be living amidst wealth. Burial estate is located proximally to the Dangote refinery, and you will agree with me that Dangote is a very smart investor. He has he's currently building a refinery there. He has petrochemical investment there. He has a lot of investment there. Another reason why you should get a land from burial estate in Lekki is because we are going to be sure you're going to be sure of the authenticity of the land you are getting, and you're going to get peace of mind, because burial estate is known to be very authentic. They are known to be tested and trusted. They've been in existence from 2008 till now, and they've been consistent in this business. So I believe if you want to build trust with.
Thank you very much. Your 2 minutes is complete. Guys, I need you to give some feedback to Chinyere Oko, feedback. Our guest speaker, somebody's asked how can they get a book that narrates some of what you've taught. Also, do you have any tip for Chinyere in terms of our pitch?
She did very well, sir. The only thing I could say is that in as much as we understand that you are not a native of Yoruba, but there is a need for you to improve on your pronunciation. It's very important, because some people don't take it easy when you pronounce their name. And when you even talk about the name of the area also,
yes,
it also was affected. So when you need to work more on that, the diction, when you are making your pronunciation. You did well. Just that you need more product knowledge. As it concerns, you need to give yourself to more research to know a whole lot of things that is happening on that axis. You understand? So with that, if you put these things together, I'm sure you're gonna come out better. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we wish you all the best. Let's hope you're among the top 7. You'll be contacted if you're among the top 7.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. How can they get a book on what you have shared?
Okay. That has to do with I have the book on customer service engagement. Purely, it's just a topic for me that talks about customer engagement, which is life applicable lessons from a real estate tycoon. Talks about customer service engagement. By the grace of God, the book is authored by my humble self and forwarded by Jimmy Tewe. So there is a topic that in the book, in the table of content, that talks about customer service engagement, and it sells for just 1,000 naira. So they can private chat me if they are interested in getting a copy. It's just 1,000 naira. Yes, sir.
Okay. So guys, you can chat him up. Do you want to give us your email or this handle they can chat you up?
Yes, sir. They can chat me up on my telephone number, my open telephone line, my business telephone line, which is I can put it on the chat group. I'll just type it there.
Okay.
So yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll put it there. Yes,
Maureen
yes,
Ibe, you are next. Maureen Ibe, you are next.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello. Okay. Hello, good evening. My name is Maureen Ibe. Good evening. My name is Maureen Ibe, and I'm a realtor. I want to start by saying that Gtex Home is a highly respected solution providing real estate firm. They are known for their premium services, and they are the proud owners of Burial Estate, Idado, Eleko Ibejuleki, These are the reasons why I think you should invest in Burial Estate. Burial Estate is sited in the midst of development. Let's talk of the Dangote refinery, which is the biggest refinery in Africa. Dangote refinery is just 10 minutes after Burial Estate. Dangote refinery is expected to employ over 70,000 people. Currently, we have about 9,000 expatriates working there and thousands of Nigerians working on site daily. But do you also know that this very estate, with all this infrastructure around it, like the Lekki Free Trade Zone, which is 20 minutes after Burial Estate, and also the Lekki Seaport, which is 8 minutes after Burial Estate. Also talk about the Dando factory, Telos factory, the Access Bank. Okay, let's talk about the Lekki Free Trade Zone, which is 20 minutes after the Burial Estate. This free trade zone is an international trade zone that will welcome thousands of companies around the world. This is bringing international world down to Lagos. And they're going to, all this development is going to employ over 250,000 people. And also other business owners too will come into Ibejuleki. And why you should invest in Burial Estate is that Burial Estate is in the midst of all this development. It will be easy for workers to access their workplace, and also it will be easy for business owners to access their own business, their business places. Do you also know that people are already living in around Burial Estate? Okay, if you don't know, now you know. Burial Estate is barely 3 months old, and they already have a perimeter fencing and a gatehouse, which is almost getting completed. They also have good road networks. They have proper drainage system. They have transformers. A lot of them to mention. And also for the title of the property, there is no encumbrance on the land. Neither is there any government acquisition, interest, or adverse claim, making it a very good property for you to invest in. And GTS Home is known. The vision of GTS Home is to be the largest real estate company in Africa, from Africa, with a green estate. That's the more reason why you should invest in this land now, because they have land options, they have house options, and they are also giving an amazing 50% discount on their land. Okay.
Awesome. 2 minutes up. 2 minutes up. Maureen, energy. Energy. Bishop of Real Estate, what do you want to say to Maureen? Energy.
Please, can I borrow Maureen for 3 months?
You finish all your property.
Can you borrow me Maureen for 3 months? That's all I have to say. She's good. But do you know that one of the former commissioner for wealth and entrepreneurship in Lagos, he said they were able to put up a program, and they say when they hear things like this, I mean, they people pitch to them, then they now look for organizations who need people like that. You come and listen to them, then you get them. They may not pay them salaries for 3 months. So, but you are very sure of getting good people like Maureen when you go to places like that. You know, so like with Maureen eBay, I mean, if she's well groomed, in the next 3 months, I mean, she'll be another grand cadeau.
Awesome. Okay, Maureen, well done.
Thank you, sir. All right, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Welcome. Okay, let's have the next person, which will be Eniola Success. Eniola Success, you're next. Eniola Success. Eniola Success, you are next. Like I said, if you're not around when we call your name, we might just skip you, and we may not give you opportunity again. Eniola Success, you're next.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
After Eniola Success, Victoria, you are next. Go ahead, Eniola Success. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening.
Thank you so much for the opportunity given, sir. I'll start by saying a shift has occurred in the real estate market. Yes, quite a number of things has changed. In these current times, only the opportunists will make headway. And this is because they will grab rare opportunities. Opportunities such as this. Berry Estate Idaduele Koibejuleki City is an arcade of magnificent surroundings and exceptional estates. It is a stunning home for everyone, every resident, every man, every woman that desires utmost tranquility and clean aesthetics. It is the ultimate spot for rest and restoration. The title of land is Excision in Process. You get to share neighborhood with Dangote Refinery, the Pan-African University, the Lekki Free Trade Zone, the new seaports, the Lakapen Tropicana, the two Gulf, amongst others. Why do you need to invest in real estate? Why do you need to invest into Berry Estate Idadu? You get quick return on investment. You'll be getting your value almost immediately after a short period of time. You will have accessibility to good facilities that is second to none. Close and clean proximity to rapid development. This is the best you can get. So, what reasons do you have when you don't purchase now? When you don't invest in burial estates, you lose on this, on everything I have listed. Invest in real estate, invest in burial estate, because that is just the best option you can get. Thank you, sir.
Amazing. Well done. Okay. Yes, sir. Bishop, what do you think?
Yes, sir. He did well, sir. He tried, sir. But just that the energy is not there. Any other success, you did well. I must commend you. But you need more energy. You know, a number of times people tend to look through your face before they make a buying decision. And you must be convincing. You must be convincing. Now, when you talk to me about what you've got to sell, I tend to look at your body language. I tend to look at your face, your composture, the way you deliver before I make a decision. So it's not just about the information you are giving to me, but everything about your body will tell me everything you are not saying. So you need to get more energy, more energetic when you want to get a check from anybody. So, but it can be better. So just work more on having more energy for your deliveries. If I take you, sir, and your last success, if I take you as a project, if I decide to sell to you, the energy I will exert by the grace of God, if I don't get your check, you are my project from that day. So you need energy. That's what people go for. And that's what they call passion in business. So you need to be more passionate about it.
Yes, sir.
That's what I'll say. But you've done well, generally speaking.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Congratulations. If you are among the top 7, you'll be contacted and you'll have success. All right. God bless you. With the next person, Victoria Idem, you're next, followed by Ijoma.
Hello. Good.
Hello, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead. Okay, we can't find Victoria Idem anymore. Ijoma, can you come up? Ijoma. Ijoma, are you there? Unmute yourself, Ijoma, unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mr. Stephen Akintayo. Good evening, all. Can you hear me, sir?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Property ownership is considered to be the ultimate achievement. You are not considered to have attained something concrete unless you at least own a home. On this note, here is an opportunity to invest in our hot-selling estate, Beryl Estate in Ibejuleki, Lagos. Why you should invest in Beryl Estate? Beryl Estate sits on a strategic location. This location, which is in Ibejuleki in Lagos State, is a prosperous commercial center with natural endowments such as the Atlantic Ocean and the lagoon. Beryl Estate is surrounded by multi-billion-dollar investments such as the Dangote Refinery, Lekki Deep Sea Ports, Lekki Epe International Airport, Lagos Dubai Smart City, prestigious beach resorts such as the Lakapine Tropicana, Lekki Golf Course, and over 100 developing estates. With these investments, you are rest assured that when you buy a property in Beryl Estate, you are guaranteed not less than 1,000% value appreciation in a 10-year time frame. Beryl Estate has a global C of O and an estate layout. It is directly along the upgraded Lekki Epe Road. Beryl Estate comes with secure titles and residential zonings. Beryl Estate is an investment that stays where the market blossoms. Beryl Estate is located proximally to Dangote Refinery, HFP Estates, Lekki International Airports, and so on. Further expansion on road networks are ongoing. Dear investors, the good news is GTEX Homes, the real estate firm that bets Beryl Estates, marks its 12 years anniversary and comes with a 50% discount on all its properties located in diverse regions, places in like Abuja, Ikorodu, and Ibejuleki. There is no better time to be a landlord than now. This opportunity gives you access to affordable luxury. This is an opportunity to secure the future you desire. If you must bank your money, please do a land banking. Investing in Beryl Estate is the best land banking platform to put your money and watch your money grow. Beryl Estate is for you. Grab this opportunity now before it's sold out. Invest in owning the property. Thank you very much. My name is Ijoma Nkencho.
Well done. Is that your daughter or your son?
My son.
How old is he?
He's 1 year and 9 months.
He's enjoying mommy. You should be working. Okay, Bishop, what do you have for her?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. She delivered her line very well. I saw that she had it well scribbled out.
Yeah.
But by and large, I want to believe that they were right up. So if she did the research and came up with this, you did well, ma. Sincerely, you did well. And I think to a very large extent, opportunities right now should be going to people who are hungry. So it appears that she's hungry, and if she sees an opportunity, she'll use it well. So you just came up on the platform to come and show us the emotional part of the pitch. So you emotionally carried your baby, and
exactly.
you have but it got us actually because if we have babies.
Yeah, with with all with the and all that. And I think those who don't know what emotional selling is, I hope you now.
If you don't buy from me, I said buy because of this baby now.
Buy because of my baby.
My baby. I mean, let you give you power. You want do you know that many years ago in Abuja, a lady came for an interview with her baby, and I don't know whether it's her husband or whatever it is. Maybe she had, but we shall know that she had a wound on her head that they plastered with a baby that was crying. So you just begin to imagine, okay, what will I do to this person now? You can't tell this lady to go. She came for interview. You can't let her go without giving her transport money. But the good thing is, I was happy that God eventually ministered to us and we gave her the job. I mean, This lady didn't make us to regret that she got the job, and eventually she became one of the best. She sells 85 million per unit. 85 million per unit. Her husband she now sells foreign countries from somebody who was, she trekked to the office that day. Very hungry lady. And I'm happy for her. So I hope Madam Ijoma in Kencho, hungry as she appear. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good luck, Ijoma. If you're among the top 7, you'll be contacted for the final pitch where we'll
Thank you, sir.
3. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Good night.
Thank you.
Yes, Victoria Ideme, you are back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'm Victoria Edeme, and this is why you should get a land now, not later. And not just any land in any location, but in burial estate, Idado Eleko, Ibeju, Lekki. Now, right now in the economy has faced a lot of things right now, and everybody's looking for a durable solution for investment, especially. And why is burial estate Ibejuleki the right choice? Is this? It has great landmarks. It's close to Dangote Refinery. It's close to LBS. It's Lagos Business School. It's close to the proposed Lekki International Airport. Now, the thing about investment is this: determine where people are going to, then get that land before they get there. So many people are moving towards that area right now. So the best thing you can do for you, maybe to live or to run your business, is to get a land at the hub. Right now, Ibejuleki is being said to be like the place with the most construction right now. And everybody is going there because you are living among wealth. It's targeted as the fastest growing real estate in Nigeria. It's called the new Dubai, it's called the new Lagos. And now the extension is in progress. It's better that you buy right now, because if you lose it right now, you may not get it anymore. And what's more, GTEX Home is giving you 50%. Like in 4 to 5 years ago, this land was sold for 1.5 million, but right now we sold for 9 million. And GTEX Home is giving you 50% discount. That means you get to pay 4.5 million. If you don't get this now, I don't know what you're waiting for, because in land right now, especially burial estate, you're having 200 to 300% return on investment appreciation. So the better you get it now, the best for you, because you are opening gates to financial freedom, to financial security for life. So this is what I'm trying to tell you right now. Waste no time. Come grab your own land now from GTEX Home. Is 4.5 million naira and it's on discount. We don't know what may happen tomorrow. And that's why you should buy your land now and invest in something that will last for you and your family. That is why you should invest in land right now. Just 2 weeks ago, it went on a promo price of 3.5 million. Who knows what will happen next week? So it's better you invest right now in burial estate. Ibejuleki is the new Lagos, is the new Dubai, and is the fastest growing real estate right now in Nigeria. So the earlier you invest, the better for you, because everybody is going to burial estate. Get there before they get there. Get the land before they get, so they will meet you there and your business will flourish. Imagine sharing landmarks with Dangote Refinery. Dangote is a smart investor. For him to invest there, that means you are invested there, you are smart too. So better you grab this opportunity and invest right now before it's too late.
Okay, well done. Bishop, what do you have for her? By the way, guys, we want to see your comment also, to give all of them feedback as to what you think they've done. We expected that each of you also come with your loved ones, your family members, to motivate you and give you all the moral support. Yes, Bishop, what do you have?
Yes, sir. Victoria Edeme, you did well. You have the product knowledge. You did wonderfully well, but just one thing was just missing, and that is you lacked the courage. You were not. It was showing in your voice. Um, you need to muster more courage. You did well, but you need to gather yourself together so that you are not intimidated by any look, so that you are not intimidated because you meet with prospects who are intimidating by the virtue of their faces. The Bible says we are fearfully and wonderfully made. Some
Thank
people
you,
are
sir.
fearfully made. Some people are wonderfully made. So you will meet both the fearful and the wonderful. And the fearful may intimidate you when you meet them. So you need to be able to gather enough courage. You have the stuff, but you
Yes, sir.
need to, once you know what you're doing, no look can intimidate you. But by and large, you did well. Just try and muster more courage so that nobody will intimidate you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, Victoria. So if you're among the top 7, they will contact you. Congratulations and good night.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Next person is Emmanuel Ojeri, followed by Luxon Odiase, and then followed by Stephen Oladipo. So those are the 3 we have left. We're going to just take the 3 of you in succession and then have a final, comment. So Emmanuel, your 2 minutes starts now.
Hello, good evening. My name is Emmanuel Jekire. Why buy real estate? I want to assure you that there's no better investment than real estate, and buying real estate is the best way to secure your future. Now, I'm going to give you reasons why you need to buy from real estate. You see, history has taught us that over the years, hot markets emerge. Over 25 years ago, we see markets like Victoria Island, Lekki, Aja. Now it is Ibejuleki Estate. Ibejuleki. Now, why do you have to buy from Berry Estate? Authenticity. Now, Berry Estate comes with secure titles and residential zoning from GTEX Homes, a leading and trusted real estate company. Your money is more than secured, and you don't have to think about stories that you had like the Omonile problem, and you're free from government acquisition. Also, it is an ideal location. You see, Berry Estate is in a secure location, and it is less than 15 minutes from Dangote Refinery and the seaport, and 10 minutes from the Lekki Free Trade Zone. This location is poised to generate over 50,000 jobs in the next 3 years. This estate is already well fenced and gated, and is very close to the expressway. This location is the hottest location right now in Lagos. Now, don't miss this opportunity to be neighbors to people like the Dangote Refinery, Lekki International Airport, and the Legaza Industry. You have the resort like Akampan, Tropicana. Now, also, Berry Estate is very affordable luxury. You see, land sells for like 9 million naira, but presently there's a promo of 50% discount, which lasts to 5th of June, where you can get this land for 4.5 million naira outright and 5.5 million naira instrumental payment in the next 6 to 12 months. Now, by the end of this year, I promise you that this land will go for as high as 15 million naira. So take advantage of this opportunity now. When you buy this land, you'll be allocated your property, and you can start building and you'll be given your documents, and you can start building right away. Now, with experts saying that this land will rise in the next 5 years, the appreciation will be about 300%. So what are you waiting for? Invest in land now and secure your future, because they are not producing land anymore. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Yes, Luxon, you're next. Then we'll take Stephen Oladipo. Then we'll get Bishop to give some talk on what you guys have done. So, Luxon Odiase, are you there? Luxon Odiase.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
I've got 2 minutes. Go.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I One of the smartest things to do as an investor is number one, you must understand why you must take action at the opportune time. You must also understand that currently at the Ibejuleki axis, that is where development is currently ongoing. We have the Lekki Free Trade Zone, we have the Deep Sea Port, we have the Eco-Atlantic, and every other development is going on around that axis. Now, take for example, Dangote. Why do you think he has to pitch his tent in that axis? Because he understands that that place will become the next hub for global impact. One, if you take Dubai, for example, how did they transform their economy? It was by through investing in real estate. So the real estate is the new oil. Now, you must also understand that the name real estate implies that when you invest, you get a high return of your value. That is where the real estate comes into play to fill the gap. Now, they are giving the 50% open discount, a land that is supposed to be selling for 9.5 million naira. Now, they are selling for 4.5 million naira. What does that tell you? It tells you when you invest, you will get not just value, but also a return in investment. Now, it has its landmark close to several amenities. They are trying to ensure that they have a green space culture, a serene views, and also it has closeness to the market. Now, you must also understand that the best time to buy land is not yesterday. The best time to buy land is not tomorrow. The best time to buy land is now. So when you think about land, you think about investment. Why? Because you are bringing comfort to yourself. It also serves as a means of wage transformation. You're not just doing it for the now. You must learn to look at the big picture. That is what I tell people. So you must understand that when you buy in the real estate, it has come to fill that void, to serve your value, to serve you, to give you value for that which you are giving. Because everything we do an exchange for is in relation to value. So you invest in the real estate, you get value for return of the investment, because I know that is the next place of that is the next place where development is going on. I believe now is the right time to take action. Contact the estate, contact GTEX Home, and get your land. I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you. Get your land. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yeah, the last person that I have guest speaker to give you guys. And even all is your turn.
Yeah, beautiful evening, Moladipo Stephen. Yeah, I would like to give some facts why you need to invest on the Beryl estate at Ibeju, Lekki of the Lagos state. I would like to split the stuff into many parts, which is B for bright, E for energy, R for real, Y for young, and L for lead. B for bright. I would like to tell you all that Ibeju Ibeju Lekki, the Beryl estate has a bright future. That is at the next 10 years or 20 years, you'll see yourself seeing your investments very ripe and huge, because investing 10 million.
Okay, I don't know what happened to Stephen Oladapo, but he's gone.
In Ibeju Lekki now is that the Dangote refinery is there as well.
Hello, Stephen, are you there?
Hello, I'm here. Hello.
Yeah, go on.
Hello. Yeah. The energy.
Okay. Stephen Oladipo, your network is very terrible. I think you just have 30 seconds left in your pitch. You know, again, this is what we always say, preparation is key. This is not the day to have bad internet. It's not this kind of pitch that you're to have bad lighting. You know, I don't know.
Yes, the energy agreement.
Bishop, you want to share with us what do you think about the three of them? I'm a bit disappointed that our guys apparently don't even know how to use their lights.
Hello.
You know.
Hello.
Your time slot is
Hello.
over, Stephen. Your time slot is over. We're judging you based on your time slot is over.
Okay, please go ahead and give them the advice.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I noted Emmanuel Ojekere. He spoke well, but unfortunately he spoke in the dark. We can't we don't want like we need to see what we are buying. so 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 he spoke well, but I'll just encourage him to know the ethics of facing a panel, and part of it is your face must be visible. They must see you well. It's very important. You Yes, I can understand that it's dark already, but it's important that you create light so that your audience can get to see your face and fall in love with your face. Many a times people buy your face and they don't buy the product. Many a times people buy your face. I think he's writing here that his light went off before the pitch. That his light went off before the pitch. He's so okay. That's from Emmanuel Jekere, yes. So so sad. But if you have an opportunity to repitch, just make sure that whatever it will cost. If you knew well that you're going to pitch, since you know, you should have put on the generator instead of waiting
Yeah.
for NEPA lights, because you know that they can disappoint you at any time.
I
But
mean,
just because of other
your customer will give you second chance if you know
selling.
they are not
Mhm.
convinced
most
about
most
it.
of Yes, most of the time you may not have an opportunity to make another first impression, because it goes a long way. So, but if you have another opportunity, you need to make sure that you did well, but just make sure that you are in light, you are inside light. And two is Lucky Odiase. Lucky Odiase spoke well, even though it too was inside the dark. Maybe they were staying in the same area, and they carried their transformer away. When it was time to pitch, they carry their transformer away and go. So, but it spoke wonderfully well. I think we can give them a fair hearing, considering the fact that they both live in Nigeria. So we can give them an opportunity to pitch
They
against
all live
probably.
in Nigeria. They all live in Nigeria. The challenge is that we have 10 more people already ready for tomorrow. So we don't even have the time to be able to create because we're running for time. Even the sessions, if you notice, they were short.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Not, so, we would, they will be judged by that, by what they have. The team, by the way, you guys need to know I'm not really in charge of judging. The people judging you are watching as we are speaking. And they will choose whether you qualify or not. Even the top 20, I wasn't responsible for picking them. So it's important that, and they are not nice people, that I know. Those were that's why we made them judge. They are not and then that's why we made them judges. They are not nice people. So they are not prone to giving excuses. Another thing I want to encourage you guys, particularly those of you pitching tomorrow, get your loved ones to come and cheer you up. I think there's power in that. Yes, there's power in knowing that you are pitching and there are 100 people rooting for you. It affects your esteem, and even those people will give you advice. They will tell you, oh yeah, put on your lighting, oh yeah, this, oh yeah, that. Like what you ask. I'm not surprised. I won't be shocked that the three guys who just pitched now didn't have any family member, because they will have said, put on your light. I mean,
Oh, say I can't do it because back to Pasegbe.
Exactly. And it's a sign of leadership, and it speaks to your ability to be able to sell. Because if you can't convince family member not to give you money, just to not to even buy the property, they should just come and watch you on webinar. If you can't convince them,
For free. How then will you convince somebody to pay you 100 million for property or 50 million or 10 million, because these things are important. Today now when we interview people, particularly for management role, we go and check their Instagram. You won't believe it. To see how many people is following them. We're not after who they are following. Anybody can follow anybody. But we'll go and check to see those who are following you. Because we can't give you a management position when, as simple as social media, you cannot have many people follow you on social media. It's cheap, it's free. Right? We even check the fact that if you have more people you are following than those who are following you, it shows you are not a nobody, you probably will not get that job. I'm not kidding you. That's what our management consultant is. Thank God, Mr. Adeyemi knows them. They check that, they go and check your Instagram. How many people is following you? If you are following more people than those following you, it means you are not much of a leader. And I think that's very important. So, but for all of you, it's been a great time, and thank you all for pitching. We took 11 people today. Tomorrow, we're going to take 10 more people. I want to say a big thank you to all my speakers, from Matthew Stewart to Barrister Itayo, to Mr. Abimbola Olukwaye from Dubai, to, of course, Mrs. Adeyinka, of course, to, they call him number one bishop of real estate. Again, Mr. Adeyemi, to also Mrs. Funke Kehinde of Millionaires Realtors. All of you have done a good job, and a big thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We appreciate you all for coming to speak. Hey, I have here Ademola Adebuyi. He says, Grandma's brother, Mrs. Eunice Abuola, London, just wanted to greet Mr. Stephen. Wow, let me greet Grandma. That's the grandma I co-author a book with, Feeling 40.
Okay. Yeah. I remember.
I guess this is a brother or relative. Okay. Thank you for being here. God bless you all. I'll see you tomorrow, 2 p.m. But note that tomorrow we are going to be having a very unique session. And that session is going to be teaching you a couple of things: how to do social media and how to do paid adverts, how to create a simple landing page. So it's a workshop. It's a bit separate from this event. This event still starts at the regular time of 2 p.m. But we're going to see if between 10 and 12 or 9 and 11, you can just do a 2-hour session just to give you some technical, how to list your property on some certain websites, just to empower all the brokers who are watching. Our goal is just to add value to you the best way we can. Thank you again for watching. God bless you. We love you. And a big thank you to all our speakers. And thank you, sir, for waiting to the end to even interview all our guests.
Thank you so much, sir. It's an honor. Amen, sir. Thank you, sir.
I think you're coming back tomorrow for the Grass to Grace panel session, right?
Amen.
Yeah, the Grass to Grace, amen. I think you are the only speaker speaking. Well, that's what happens when you are sold $1.5 billion. You
God is faithful. We celebrate God. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Bye, sir.
Good night, everybody. Love you all. Good night, good night, good night. Love you. Good night.